test 1 2 test 1 2 6 8 test.
اسفين على التاخير البسيط، مفروض نبلش على 4 شارب، 4 4 وربع، بس شكله الاوضاع الجويه برا شوي هذا على حظنا بلشت تشتي. ف 10 دقائق ان شاء الله and we have to start على خير. شكرا. في واحد بعت لي بيقول لي ازمه الايفنت موصله لدوار الداخليه. اوكي طيب اهلا وسهلا فيكم، يلا تفضلوا. والله طيب عظيم كثير. اهلا وسهلا فيكم جميعا، تفضلوا حبايبي. احتراما للناس اللي جاي بكير وجاي بوقتها، حنبدا على بركه الله. خلينا نبدا بس بالسلام الملكي الاردني لو سمحتوا. سكروا لي الابواب، سكروا لي الابواب. اوكي تفضلوا. خلينا نبدا على بركه الله، واهلا وسهلا فيكم جميعا. خلينا نسكر الابواب. Sam, do you mind if I address the audience in Arabic? All right, I'm good. طيب welcome everyone واهلا وسهلا فيكم جميعا. انا اسمي سامر المدهون، المانجينج بارتنر تبع محاكاة. بالحقيقة إلي أسبوع بجهز بكلمة افتتاحية أحكيها، بعدين استخدمت شات جي بي تي عشان أضبطها. بعدين اكتشفت إنه أنا مش محتاج كل هذا الكلام عشان أحكي معاكم. أنا راح أتكلم من القلب سريعا هيك. لا ما بقدر أوصف سعادتي فيكم كلكم. I'm extremely happy and excited to be here today. والسبب هو إنه إحنا we don't meet often كمجتمع المشتريات وسلاسل الإمداد بالأردن. أنا عارف هذا الكلام، والحقيقة هون بتيجي أهمية هذا الإيفنت. أهمية هذا الإيفنت إنه إحنا في المقام الأول نتعرف على بعض، نتجمع، نحتفل بعلم إدارة المشتريات وسلاسل الإمداد اللي كلكم تشتغلوا فيه. و I'm needless to say أهمية هذا العلم والتطورات الهائلة اللي صارت في علم سلاسل الإمداد والمتغيرات العالمية اللي عم بتصير في سلاسل الإمداد. لو سمحت تقدر تغير السلايدز بكسرها عن التطورات الهائلة اللي بتصير في سلاسل الإمداد بالعالم. الإيفنت تاعنا اليوم الهدف منه هو في المقام الأول لكم أنتم. أنا بدي إياكم تنتورك مع بعض، بدي إياكم عاملين 2 dedicated networking sessions تتعرفوا فيه على بعض، تاخذوا كروت بعض، تتكلموا عن إدارة المشتريات and so on. وفي نفس الوقت بدنا نناقش، عندنا panel of speakers من أروع ما يمكن. أوكي اليوم من الهايلايتس تبعت هذا الايفنت انه هو برعايه التشارترد انستيتيوت بروكيومنت اند سبلاي، الجمعيه القانونيه البريطانيه لاداره المشتريات. جمعيه عمرها 100 سنه. اوكي جمعيه عمرها 100 سنه. واحد من الاسباب ليش احنا صرنا بارتنر لهم، بالحقيقه احنا اليوم بنحتفل ب10 سنين بارتنرشيب مع الجمعيه البريطانيه لاداره المشتريات والامداد. تخيلوا في ال10 سنين هذه شو كنا نعمل؟ كنا نعمل كل جهدنا ننشر علوم المشتريات وسلاسل الامداد والممارسات الفضلى والبيست براكتسز في سلاسل الامداد. اوكي وانا اعتقد اليوم الايفنت هذا هو واحد من ثمار هذا الجهد الهائل، انه احنا نتكلم to speak on procurement and supply. We are so lucky to have the Chartered Institute Procurement and Supply with us, presented by Mr. Sam Ashampong, the CEO for the Middle East. Thank you for coming, Sam. It is my pleasure to have you, Mr. Wael, as well. Thank you very much. I will be introducing the speakers shortly, inshallah. We have a very diverse discussions today, from autonomous procurement and artificial intelligence up to risk management in the healthcare sector. Looking at humanitarian procurement, and I know there is many of you that works in the humanitarian sector. بعرف انه في كثير منكم بيشتغلوا في مؤسسات غير ربحيه، وهذا السيكتور كبير جدا في الاردن بالمشتريات بتاعته. اوكي كمان عندنا بانل ديسكشن. في البانل ديسكشن حيكون بالاخير الهدف منه انه احنا نناقش مع بعض وتسالوا اي اسئله بدكم اياهم للاودينس اللي موجود عندنا. alright. كمان من الهايلايتس تبعت الايفنت هذا انه في ناس عزيزين على قلبنا جدا، وضعوا جهود هائله عشان يكون عندهم كواليفيكيشنز في اداره المشتريات. فبشرفنا انه نكرمهم بهذا الايفنت. We will be awarding our valued CIPS members ان شاء الله. اوكي، انا حابب ارحب فيكم كلكم واهلا وسهلا فيكم. خلينا نبدا على بركه الله. alright. طيب I want to introduce the first speaker لو سمحت Mr. Sam. alright. Without further delay, yeah, I want to say two things as well. Please keep your mobiles silent, and at the same time you will have a barcode. This barcode is for e-certificates. اللي حابب يحصل على e-certificates لاحقا للايفنت هذا تقدر تعمل سكاننج وتعبي معلوماتك عشان تحصل على شهاده للحضور. مش الان، لاحقا، بس انت عندك الباركود هذا مبدئيا. طيب, let me introduce our first speaker for today, and he's definitely a keynote speaker. Mr. Sam Ashampong is a fellow of CIPS. I have met him like 15 years ago, Sam, and back then we were discussing what do we need to do for Jordan as far as procurement discipline is concerned. I'm very delighted to welcome Mr. Sam. Mr. Sam serves as the regional director of CIPS across Middle East, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. He's leading for procurement values. He had been promoting the profession in the past 10 years in the Middle East precisely. Okay. He has an extensive senior leadership in organizations working in the procurement sector. He champions procurement management as a strategic and business driver. واليوم إن شاء الله حيكون معنا. By the way, he is also a top LinkedIn voice. Top LinkedIn voice. يعني ranked by LinkedIn to be one of the most followed procurement professionals on the Middle East. Correct? Right? Give it up for Mr. Sam Ashampong from CIPS.
Thank you, Sama. Assalamu alaikum. Apologies, I'm going to have to speak in Arabic, in English, sorry, because my Arabic is shway shway. In fact, it's not good at all. So you will thank me for speaking in English. It's a pleasure to be here. My first time in Amman, Jordan. What a fantastic place. Such nice people. I was out last night having shisha and mansaf. There you go, mansaf. Delicious food. It's now my favorite food anywhere. And I think I'll stay. I think I have to stay because they don't have it anywhere else. So it's a pleasure to be here. It's good to have met so many of you so far. Hopefully later on I can get to meet more of you. It's always a pleasure to be amongst procurement people. I will just talk today a little bit about, this works, about procurement leadership and the future of procurement leadership, and create a foundation for some of the speakers that are going to come later. But before I do that, I'll take the opportunity to talk a little bit about CIPS. I myself, I've been a CIPS member for a long time, all of my career. I won't tell you how many years because then you'll know my age, so forget that. But I've been serving as the regional director for CIPS for the last 10 years. I'm from the UK, but I've lived in the UAE for the last 18 years, so I'm very familiar with the region. But in 2015, I took over the permanent role as regional director for the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Australia. So I'm a procurement professional like yourselves. But let me tell you about CIPS a little bit, some things you may not know. We were set up almost 100 years ago, for the specific reason to support everyone here, to support the professionals in procurement, and to promote the profession of procurement and supply chain, to establish purchasing as a proper, recognized profession. That's what CIPS was set up for. So now we work with individuals, the certification. We work with companies as well around the world. That's our job. So from 1932, we've gone on to become the biggest, the largest such institute in the world. We operate in more than 181 countries, and we have regional offices around the world in each continent as well. So we work with individuals and companies and governments as well. That's the main thing that we do. But an interesting fact is that one of the main reasons CIPS was set up was because 100 years ago, and this may sound familiar, almost 100 years ago, the US president at the time imposed tariffs on the world. The US president in 1930 decided to impose tariffs on the rest of the world. And one of the reasons CIPS was set up was because a number of procurement professionals got together and they wanted to find a way to navigate around these tariffs, to find solutions around the chaos that tariffs in 1930 created across the world. So that's an interesting fact about how and why CIPS was set up. An interesting fact about tariffs also is that tariffs in 1930 led to what we call the Great Depression. So let's hope that history doesn't repeat itself. That's all I'm going to say about that. Some other things we do around the world is we work with a number of non-government organizations like the United Nations, and more recently with the Gates Foundation on a project called Health Procurement Africa. So what we do with that is we provide training to healthcare professionals in Africa to make sure that they are the very, very best they can be. Because funding for healthcare in developing countries is obviously in short supply. So we want to make sure, or we want to do our bit to make sure that procurement professionals in those countries are able to make sure the funds they have go as far as possible. So we provide that particular project, working with the Gates Foundation to provide healthcare procurement in Africa. So these are some of the things that CIPS do. So that gives a bit of a background, but before I start talking about procurement leadership, let's all get on the same page and agree what is procurement. Because everywhere I go, if I have 5 people sitting around a table, everyone has a different definition as to what procurement is. Okay? And also, some people think anybody can do procurement. And I won't argue with that. But let's just say that procurement is not very complex, to be honest. We all do it. You're buying things, right? It's not really complicated. And some people give a definition of procurement being in the right place at the right time, buying the right quantity, right quality, etc. And that's the definition of procurement. It is, partly, but if it was, then those people over there are procurement professionals, because they are there at the January sales. They're in the right place at the right time. They get in the right price, so they would be procurement professionals. But it's a little bit more structured, strategic, and complicated than that, probably. And if you look at the definition there, which is the definition I always use, the only thing to notice is that I would say there are certain foundations that everybody needs to know, everyone needs to be proficient at, to be called a procurement professional. You have to be very, very knowledgeable about category management. You have to be very, very knowledgeable about contract management. You have to be very, very knowledgeable about supply relationship management, at the minimum. And the reason why is because if you're not fully conversant with just those 3 things, you can never, ever really know that what you're doing is obtaining the lowest total cost of ownership. because all of those things contribute to making sure that you know you're achieving not the lowest price, but the lowest total cost of ownership. So, talking about those three important things, just summarizing quickly, what is supplier relationship management? Basically, it's making sure that you're working with your suppliers in a way that adds benefit to what you're trying to achieve in a better way than if you didn't work with them strategically. That sounds very complicated, but what I'm basically saying is that, and obviously you don't practice supplier relationship management with every supplier, it's only your strategic suppliers, okay? So basically, if you do not have a strategic relationship with your key suppliers, then it's very difficult to get value. And let me think of an example. If you are, think of some, seeing as I've spoken about US presidents, let me keep being controversial. Let's say if I was Elon Musk and I own Tesla. Well, Tesla produce electric cars. So the suppliers of the batteries of Tesla cars, the company, has to be a strategic supplier. Okay? You cannot have just a normal contract with these suppliers where you just issue a contract, you do a tender every year. You have to have a more strategic relationship with that particular supplier because they are so key to your business. So the way you work with them is a lot different to the supplier of pens, pencils, and toilet paper, whatever, right? So you have to have a strategic relationship with those suppliers. If you do not, then you introduce risk and you introduce complexity and you probably will not get value. So that's what supplier relationship management is in a nutshell. What is category management? Category management is saying that you have to understand for any piece of spend you're making, you have to understand which suppliers you're working with, what the prices are, what the locations are, and make sure you have a coherent strategy around that. Because if you don't, you're not obtaining value. So imagine if in your organization you are buying pens from 10 different companies for 10 different prices, then you don't know whether you're getting value, right? Or even it could be something as simple as maybe you, because of the relationship you have with a company, you have additional warehousing costs or logistics costs because you use different companies. So that's category management. And finally, contract management. Now, in many organizations, procurement professionals believe that the contract is entirely the responsibility of legal. Okay? It's not. It has to be one of our most important skills. Because if we don't understand the legal implications of a contract, then we can't know what the commercial implications are either. And we saw that in COVID. Good old COVID. COVID-19. 2019, yes, that's the clue. We found that in COVID, when many people said to me, Sam, in COVID, the supplier didn't supply my goods. Does that constitute force majeure, which is a contract clause? And I said, well, I don't know. Do you have force majeure in your contract? Because if you don't, then it doesn't. Okay, so you have to understand the consequences of every single clause in your contract, from payment terms, because that all has commercial value. The price that the supplier is providing you is not valid unless it's validated by payment terms, unless it's validated by liability. So in a nutshell, contract management is very important. So those three things, contract management, category management, supplier relationship management, are the basic key terms that a procurement professional needs to fully understand. But we're talking about procurement leadership today. So how do you differentiate yourself? How do you not just know the basics, how do you go from there to be a leader? How do you stand out? How do you add value to your organization and not just save money? You need to know more than that. And For that, we need to look at what are the priorities for procurement as a profession, and what are the priorities for procurement leaders as well. So in 2025, 2026, as we are now, the main priorities, I would say, are these. The number one priority, or the number one piece of knowledge, or the number one skill that procurement leaders need to know is how to manage risk. Why do I say that? I'll come on to it in a second. But it's the number one skill or priority that procurement leaders need to know. The second is you need to understand technology. You need to be very conversant with technology, how technology works. If you're not, that's a risk. You also need to know how to innovate, how to look for business solutions, because that's what your company wants you to do. Procurement professionals are not just there to save money. We're here to bring business solutions to organizations. And finally, one of the priorities for procurement leaders is to be credible, to build credibility. So let's go through those now. So why is it important to manage risk? We found out during COVID and subsequent things that have happened, such as the issues with tariffs right now, or geopolitical problems, that the number one priority for anyone who's in a procurement or supply chain space is to just think, is to strategize and think, what if this happened? How would that affect my organization? How would that affect my supply chain? What would I do? What's scenario 1? What's scenario 2? What's scenario 3? How do I manage risk? So for a procurement professional, to manage risk, or procurement leader, becomes the most important thing, because if you don't manage risk, then you stand the risk of something happening that's going to affect your bottom line, and you have not protected your organization against it. And I would go one step further and say that for a procurement leader, if you want to know what defines a procurement or supply chain leader in 2026, it is that the very, very best procurement leaders or supply chain leaders are the ones who you've never heard of. Okay? If you are famous as a chief procurement officer or chief procurement officer, then you're probably not very good. And why do I say that? Because it probably means that people know you because you are the CPO of BMW and all your cars are stuck in the Suez Canal and it's affected the bottom line of your business, and that's why people know you. Or you're the CPO of a wheat company and you no longer have supplies of wheat because of the Russia-Ukraine war and your company has suffered. That's why you're famous. But the procurement and supply chain leaders who have mitigating plans or risk management plans in place already, whereby if something happens, we will immediately do this, and it has no impact on the business, they're not famous at all. Nobody hears about them. And it probably means they are the very, very best leaders. So the number one priority of procurement leaders is to manage risk, because it keeps your business going, it gives you business continuity, and you're adding value continually to your organization. We did a survey in 2025 of procurement leaders to ask, what are the main practices that ensure continuity of supply, that ensure that you keep getting your goods or services in today's world in 2025? And these were the top considerations that some of those procurement leaders gave. And I'll tell you in a second why that's interesting. So first of all, they said, what we do now is we diversify the number of suppliers we have. We have as many suppliers as possible for each commodity. Second of all, we are now getting involved in insourcing. So we're not outsourcing as much as we did before, we're insourcing. We're making goods ourselves. And thirdly, we are holding a lot more stock. Okay, so we're not holding minimum levels of stock anymore, we're holding a lot more stock. I'll tell you why that's interesting to me. Because pre-2019, that was the total opposite of what procurement and supply chain leaders thought. People were single sourcing, which obviously is a risk. People were continually outsourcing. They were outsourcing more and more and more. People were employing just-in-time techniques. And all of these things came crashing to a halt when we had a global pandemic. So it's interesting how the mind shift has happened. And it's 360 degrees, or 180 degrees actually, of a switch. That's very interesting to me, but not really so interesting, because the best practice from procurement hasn't changed, actually, from what CIPS says and what any other procurement thought leader says, because nobody ever said you should single source. That's never been a good strategy. So actually, we've gone back to basics. Outsourcing needs to be done when it's relevant, and definitely just in time was not a universal advice for every category of spend. You're definitely not going to use just in time in medical supplies, for example. Okay? So people started adopting just in time techniques, but it wasn't relevant across the board. So it's interesting that that shift has happened, because people are now trying to mitigate risk. The second one is leverage technology. Now, this is an interesting one, because technology can do a lot of things for us in procurement and in business in general. But we're all very frightened of technology. Everyone's scared of technology. Who is not scared of technology here? Okay, so all of you are scared of technology, right? Apart from 2 people here. Right? I get you, I understand. People say, will ChatGPT take my job? Will AI take my job? So I understand. I would say, as many people have said recently, yes, AI will take the jobs of people who don't understand AI. The important thing is, we have to embrace technology. It helps us. It automates repetitive tasks. There are many things that human beings in procurement and other disciplines do that can be done much quicker by technology. And that doesn't take away our jobs. It means it leaves us free to do more higher value things. But we have to understand how to use technology. We have to understand how to use data to make sourcing decisions, to look at the data we have, to say, this is how we're going to buy something, this is where we're going to buy it, this is the price, and this is the supplier. Technology can do this for us very fast. We have to understand that. And also, we have to understand what technology systems do. And that's what I mean by utilizing, sorry, this side, that side, utilizing best-of-breed systems. There's no point in going out and saying, this company uses SAP, or this company uses Ariba, or any system, therefore I'm going to just use that as well. You have to understand what your company needs specifically and use technology to do that. So you have to understand how technology works all the time. Because if you don't, you can get left behind. Because if you look at how procurement sits now in 2025 to 2026, the reality is that many tasks that were once done by procurement professionals are now done by technology, to the extent that the vast majority of chief procurement officers say that by the end of the year, they will have full automation in many elements of procurement and supply. In fact, not just these, but a lot more. So we need to really understand what technology can do, and then we need to focus on the things that technology cannot do. So, relationship management, risk management, supplier relationships, ethics, all of these things are heavily focused on human beings being able to do it. So let's do what we can do very, very well, and let technology do the rest. Let the machines do the work, let the humans do the thinking. But we have to understand what technology can do. Finally, I think, number 3, we need to innovate. So we really need to understand that our company wants us to look for business solutions. Our company wants us to come up with the solutions to the problems within the organization through sourcing. We need to understand our stakeholders. We need to understand ESG or sustainability. Very, very important. Sustainability itself is a very strong subject, but it's tightly wound into procurement and sourcing. Because what we buy has an effect on not just our bottom line in terms of money, but it has an effect on people, and it has an effect on the environment. And what you'll find is that it's no longer acceptable for you to procure something in 2026 in an unsustainable way, because it will affect the brand of your company. So we have to understand what sustainability means and what ethics means. But first of all, when I talk about stakeholder focus, something that always makes me smile is this, is that you can imagine, let me just think of a stakeholder here, your marketing stakeholder, okay? So you're in procurement, you have a marketing department. And your marketing department, their main requirement is when they need a supplier, they need to do it very, very fast. Okay, they have a PR campaign, they have a marketing campaign, they need to do it very, very fast. And you can imagine how they feel when their procurement department says, but if we're going to tender, that will take 3 months. Okay? That's not stakeholder focus. That's not us understanding our stakeholders. And I always use this example of the Formula One. Does anyone familiar with the Formula One, the car racing? Formula One provides the best example of stakeholder management that I know in the world. Because in Formula One, what happens is these cars drive round the tracks at 200 miles an hour, okay? And at some point, they will need tires or fuel. Not so much fuel anymore, to be fair, but they will have to stop at what they call the pits. But the important thing is, before they stop, the people there waiting for them know exactly what they need. And as soon as they stop, what they need is provided within seconds and they go. But sometimes, in procurement, we don't understand our stakeholder. And what that could look like in Formula One terms is, you arrive at the pit in your car, and the guy says, okay, what do you want? I want fuel. What fuel? Diesel. We don't have that. That will take another 10 minutes. Okay, wait. What tires do you want? I need these tires. Okay, you didn't tell us, so that's going to take us 10 minutes. You're not delivering what's needed at the time that it's actually needed. And the result of that would be that the car will lose the race. Okay, so it's just outcome-based. So it's our responsibility to understand what stakeholders need and when, and make adjustments accordingly, not the other way around. So that's what I mean by understanding your stakeholders. And as far as sustainability is concerned, we have to understand that sustainability, or an understanding of environmental and social concerns, are here to stay. We cannot avoid them. The definition of sustainability is the ability to meet the needs of today without affecting the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So in other words, I can't source something today that is going to kill the planet. Okay? I have a responsibility not to do that. So every sourcing decision has to take that into account. But sustainability also includes ethical behavior. And being ethical is not a nice to have. It's essential because it costs money. We say that corruption adds 10% to the cost of doing business. So corruption costs money. Okay? And actually, it costs 25% in developing countries. So in countries that need it the most, it's more expensive to do things because of ethical behavior. So from a procurement perspective, this is actually a very, very high priority to us because it costs money. So that's important as well. And finally, as I wrap up, as procurement professionals, it's important for us to have credibility. If you're in a room with your CEO or whoever it is, with your other peers, your head of finance and your head of marketing or head of HR, and they are all professionals in their field. You know, your finance guy is a, ACCA, whatever qualification. It's very important for credibility for them to see you as a professional in what you do as well. Which is why it's important to have these certifications that show that you also are a professional on the same footing as all these other people. That's what credibility is about. You need to build your brand so that as a procurement professional, people want to come to you. You don't want to be in an organization where people only come to procurement because it says in the policy that at some point, procurement have to sign it off. How many organizations have that policy? Only one? No, you're lying. How many organizations have a mandate that you have to go to procurement to buy anything? 2, 3. So in all your other organizations, you don't have to go to procurement, or you do? Delegation of authority, right, okay. The best scenario, or the best advert to show you're doing the right thing, is if stakeholders voluntarily come to you and say, please, can you procure or source this? It shows you're adding value to the organization. It shows it's not a compliance thing, it's a value thing. And that's where you want to be. So if I just summarize, what are the priorities for procurement going forward, and as far as procurement leaders are concerned? You need to be digitally connected. You need to understand what digital means. You need to understand what technology brings. You need to move away from the thinking that you're here to bring cost savings. We don't want to continue to use a language to say, well, I've saved 100 million. It loses its value with an organization. You need to be able to show what value you've added. Okay, you saved 100 million on this contract, but you saved 100 million buying pens, but did the organization buy double the amount of pens as they did last year? Then you haven't saved anything. You need to be able to quantify what's happened, the effect on the organization. You need to ensure that your supply chains are resilient, so when something happens, you have a plan B. If you procure from a factory in Brazil, and it's your single factory that you procure your most critical items from, then, I say Brazil, it could be any country, and it's a single factory, then you already have a risk. Because if something happens to that factory, what's your plan B? So you need to make sure you have resilient supply chains. You need to have an absolute commitment to ethics, as we know. You need to source innovation, and you need to try and manage and anticipate risk. Risk being the number one consideration for procurement professionals. As I said, no one wants to be famous. Don't be famous as a procurement and supply chain professional. No one needs to know your name, okay? No one knows your name. You're doing a brilliant job, trust me. So, in summary, in my kind of last couple of slides, procurement leadership needs to evolve, because if it doesn't, there are two faces that can emerge. You can either look like the human, or you can look like the kind of robot there. Because in reality, technology can do so much now that human beings are almost having to prove their worth again. Okay? And there are certain things that technology can do better than us. There's no point us trying to, compete. But there are things that technology can't. Emotional intelligence, relationships. There's a lot of things in procurement that only humans can do. That's what we need to focus on. Don't worry about, let the machines do the hard work. Let us translate that into strategies. Because if we don't do that, then, and we don't redefine the profession, the borderlines become very blurred as to what values we're adding. And there are individuals who are already doing that. I call them the CPO to CEO crowd. There are a number of people who were procurement leaders who are now CEOs. And they've proved they've got what I call a procurement brand. The most famous one is this guy, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. He was a procurement guy. He was the head of supply chain. Okay. He was able to demonstrate value and is now the CEO of the organization because he always delivered value, not cost savings. He was relevant at an organization level. And there are many others. So the skills, the top skills needed for procurement leaders in this day and age, interestingly, are not negotiation skills. That's not there. That is a given. Obviously, you need to know how to negotiate. But you definitely need to have influencing skills. You need to be able to influence your stakeholders. You need to be able to manage your stakeholders. You definitely need to know how to manage risk. You need to have information or digital systems knowledge. And finally, you need to be credible. People need to trust you. They need to believe that you know what you're doing to add value to an organization. You need to be credible. CIPS can help you do that. As you know, we work with organizations and individuals, and those people who are on their journey to become MCIPS, I know many of you are, that's where credibility comes from. And if you need any more information on that, my good friend Sama from Mohacat can help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. شرفنا. أهلا وسهلا فيك. All right. That was very interesting, Mr. Sam. Thank you very much for coming. حقيقة احنا اليوم عندنا compacted schedule. أول شيء أنا برحب فيكم كلكم تاخذوا صور وتاخذوا short videos وتنشروا اللي بدكم إياه. Alright. As far as speakers and sessions are concerned. كمان برا حيكون زي ما حكيت عندنا networking session بس بعد السيشن القادم. برا في وول اللي حاب يتصور، في ميديا كاملة اللي حاب يتصور، فأهلا وسهلا فيكم جميعا. خلينا نتكلم عن السيشن الثاني تاعنا اليوم. حقيقة أنا حابب أقدم الفاضلة عليا غرايبة. عليا غرايبة هي Regional Director ل Help Logistics في العالم العربي. أوكي. وهيلب لوجيستكس هي واحدة من المؤسسات الرائدة في الهيومانيتيريان سيكتور. عليا لها 20 سنة بهذا المجال، تقابلنا أنا وياها يمكن قبل 10-15 سنة، وتشاركنا أحلام صغيرة to grow society تبع الأردن والprocurement profession والأمور هذه كلها. أنا بشرفني اليوم تكون معنا عليا غرايبة 20 سنة من الخبرة في سلاسل الإمداد وإدارة المشتريات والكاباسيتي بيلدينج. راح تشارك تجربتها اتس يوز كيس، راح تشارك تجربتها الشخصية في هيلب لوجيستكس عن الهيومانيتيريان سيكتور. وانتم عارفين قديش الهيومانيتيريان سيكتور كبير في الأردن، صح؟ عارفين قديش هو نسبة الإنفاق تاعته عالية، عارفين قديش هو بمر حاليا ببعض الكرايسيس كمان. أوكي؟ وقديش الدور الإيجابي اللي لعبته المؤسسات غير الربحية في الأردن حقيقة، وشو دور المشتريات بهذا الموضوع. رحبوا معي بسيدة عليا غرايبة. أهلا وسهلا فيكم. أخذ المايك لو سمحتوا. بنعطيك المايك خلاص، بس ثواني بس نجيب المايك. هيدسيت.
بدي اتشكر.
وسهلا فيك. شرفتي. لا هذا
Good. Assuming ladies have pockets, we don't. They make our clothes without pockets, so we can buy bags. بدي أتشكر سامر. بدي أتشكر CIPS also for giving me the platform and the audience to share, as Samir has said, the experience I've had in the last 10 years since I've crossed over from the commercial sector, where I was interested in all areas of procurement and supply chain like you, into supply chains in the humanitarian sector, or let's call them supply chains in humanitarian contexts. And I've been the regional director for help logistics in the last 10 years. I've seen both the climate, the environment around us, and also the approach of the humanitarian sector shift throughout these 10 years. And I'm here to share a little bit about what this looks like based on our work, especially in the region. So let's see if we can work this out. Yes. So in Kuna Foundation, Help Logistics is a program of the Kuna Foundation, and we are on a mission to advance logistics knowledge throughout the world and put it to the benefit of humanity. So we invest in research, in education, in sustainable supply chain solutions, and we do that from our base in Switzerland with a budget, annual budget of 50 million. And all of that is invested in supply chains and moving the learning from the commercial sector to the humanitarian sector and conveying that for the benefit of humanity. And what we've seen over the last few years is that in humanitarian contexts and humanitarian supply chains, our environment, our operating environment is basically changing. So we have had climate change, poverty is increasing, questions about food security, not to mention pandemics, COVID has hit, but more importantly and more recently, I think, we are looking at geopolitical instability and how it's affecting communities as a whole, commercial and supply chains in both commercial and humanitarian contexts. What this really does is it widens the gap between the need and the resources. And just some information, 90% of the UN appeals for response in crisis are underfunded. This means for every response in the UN, we need a certain amount of money that we ask for from institutional donors, and we don't get it. So this means there's pressure on the humanitarian sector to do more with less. At the same time, even when the environmental operating environment is creating this tension and pressure, the humanitarian sector is also being scrutinized for performance. So humanitarian supply chains have always been seen to lack efficiency. They have lost their focus on preparedness and resilience. We are not the best when it comes to capturing data, using data, making the decisions based on data. And this is because historically, when a crisis hits, you don't want to ask how much this is costing me, how much, what's the long-term effect of this purchase or this decision in the supply chain. When a crisis hits, you want to save lives, and you want to do it as soon as possible. No one is asking how much. So we've kind of gained this reputation for being maybe less cost efficient than our commercial counterparts. And this is why I also love working in the humanitarian sector and with Help Logistics basically, because we can work with the partners and the organizations in the humanitarian sector to close these gaps, to build capacity, to increase efficiency, and to approach it from a strategy point of view. So why procurement and supply? Why? Samer mentioned that the humanitarian sector, and unfortunately, especially in this region, is also a big buyer. In any humanitarian response, the procurement cost is about 65 to 85 of the whole response budget. So clearly, procurement and supply are areas that you can be used as a lever to make the response more efficient. Not only that, in 2023, around 37 billion globally was given to humanitarian response, and only 2% of that was given to local implementers, local entities, local partners, local governments. So not only is humanitarian procurement a way to help communities and save more lives, but it is also a lever that can be used to reshape what assistance looks like. Who is making the decisions in the supply chain, in the humanitarian supply chain? Who, where we're buying, who is buying, where we're buying, what we're buying, and where is it delivered? And this is why procurement and supply has become to the forefront in the last few years. Why has it been under the microscope so much in the recent years? So it all started 10 years ago with a grand bargain, where at the World Humanitarian Summit, leaders met and decided we needed to make the humanitarian sector better. We need to professionalize it, we need to harmonize it, and it needs to do more with less. So with the grand bargain launch, a concept also gained momentum, and that concept is called localization. And localization is about giving the decision power in the supply chain to the local actors. It's about lifting up their capacity. It is about, basically what I think it's about is respect. Respecting that the people and the communities who are the first responders, and we've seen that happen in Gaza, haven't we? These people are the people who should be making the decisions about how the aid is brought in and where it goes as well. So localization became a structured humanitarian reform focus, and moving forward to the Grand Bargain 2.0, it renewed this focus, especially with the 2% that was only going. We need to grow that percentage. But more importantly, last year, the UN turned 80 years old. And the calls for reforming the UN became louder, and we launched the UN 80 initiative that basically aims to modernize the United Nations. A big part of it is what we're buying, where we're buying it, and why we're buying it, basically. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But that tells you that procurement and supply is a strategic lever to modernizing, to increasing the cost efficiency of the sector. So since COVID, since 2021, basically, it became clear that our supply chains, in both humanitarian and commercial sectors, they're not parallel supply chains. They're not operating in absolute independence of each other. They are one and the same. I think COVID showed us how connected the systems we operate in are, and how the context is everything. From our Kuna Logistics University in Hamburg, we initiated CORD, which is a Center for Humanitarian Research and Development, and we are bringing the best-in-class research and operational training and technical assistance through that. And today, I want to share insights from a survey we launched in 2021. Every year, we survey the humanitarian sector practitioners and supply chain leaders 2 times a year. And we ask them what they think the state of logistics and supply chain in the humanitarian context is. So these 3,000 correspondents we have engaged, what's most important about them is that 70% of them are coming from national context. So again, people like us who are working within their regions and their countries and trying to improve the state of their communities. What's also interesting that while most of them are NGOs and UN, we also understand that both the commercial logistics service providers and the government are also actors in our humanitarian response. So 2021 until now, I think we can say that there are 3 main emerging themes for that. One of them was referenced by the first speaker, which is digital transformation. there is more openness now and eagerness even in the humanitarian sector to do digital transformation. Another one is supply chain preparedness. And this might come as a shock to you guys in the commercial sector, but traditionally, the classic model of buying in the humanitarian sector was basically when that first picture of that first child trying to get food or trying to get water, when that first picture of a disaster, of an earthquake, is in the media, this is when funding starts. This is when we get a call and we collect the money and then we buy the supplies and then we ship the supplies and then we respond. 10 years ago, more and more, and this is a shifting conversation, more and more organizations started talking about preparedness. They started working with the donors, which was not an easy conversation, and saying, don't give me the money when the disaster hits. Give me the money before the disaster hits. And this was very different from what we used to do. And there was a lot of resistance. But still, when we tried to prove that it works, in fact, our court studies have proven that for every dollar you spend in preparedness, you get a return on investment 7 times more. So every dollar I use to preposition stock, to train staff, to ship or store stock at a closer location, it pays me off $7 in return when the disaster hits. So more of that is happening, but what might also come to you as a shock is that we did not used to collaborate so well in the humanitarian sector. I know it looks like we are all there to benefit humanity, we are all working together for the benefit of communities, but the humanitarian sector is also very competitive. So yes, we are competing for the same supplies in the disaster market, and we are going into price wars and increasing these prices. So yes, we are competing for storage space with other organizations, and we are, by effect, raising the price for all of us. Collaboration does not come easy in the humanitarian sector for many reasons, but it's starting to become more and more of a theme. So to share some insights from the survey, we asked them about their attitudes around digital transformation. And 80% this year of the last year of the correspondents said that digital transformation has improved their organization's performance and in response operations. Many of us cannot imagine our companies today working without technology. Many of you, some of us are weary about it, but we accept it. We accept that it's part of the work we do. This does not come naturally, and also it does not help that donors do not invest in digital transformation, they do not invest in professionalization. Donors want to invest in aid, want to send aid and supplies to disaster areas. They don't want to give the humanitarian sector 1 or 2 or 3 million to buy ERPs, for example. So this is definitely a challenge. While we know 80% of them say it helps. Another one is disaster preparedness, and it is a key issue, and only 52% indicated that their organizations are ready to respond as soon as a disaster hits. And if we look at, for example, a very closed context like Gaza, the organizations within Gaza, working within Gaza, they had some level of preparedness, but they were not able to sustain operations for a longer time when supplies were cut from them. So preparedness becomes very important, and we don't only define it as pre-positioned stocks, we also defined it as professionalization of the local staff, of the first respondents. And this is why we have partnerships with CIPS to bring all of our humanitarian procurement professionals into certification level. It is important that they know what they are doing. The last one is about also 50% indicating that their organizations were fully involved in resource pooling. And this is where I think it's the lost opportunity for the humanitarian sector. We do so much in replicating everyone's methods and ways, but we rarely ever pool our resources together. And there are many reasons for that, including competition, including lack of focus on collaboration, including the lack of interoperability of our systems. But these are also opportunities for us to collaborate better. So only recently, like in the last 2-3 years, the humanitarian sector started forming cooperatives that allow us to buy together from the markets. But that idea could have saved a lot of money and deviated a lot of stress and scrutiny around the efficiency of these supply chains. So, procurement is clearly an enabler of this sector-wide reform that is much needed to bridge the gap between our needs and our resources. It will enable us to deliver to our grand bargain commitments, which includes the efficiency, the value for money, transparency and accountability. And we just heard also about corruption. And like, if you look at the map as per Transparency International, and you look at the corruption rates around the world, it is in the areas where disaster is. It is in the areas where aid is being bought. So this becomes important that we use the technology to increase our transparency and accountability and modernization. But more importantly, if humanitarian aid is going to stop being aid, if it's going to move communities from need to resilience, then we need to localize our response. We need to build here. We don't need to wait for aid to come from abroad. We need to build the markets. We need to build market access. We need to have these markets become sustainable. We need also for us to make choices around buying locally and buying regionally. But more importantly, it is about equitable partnership between the institutional donors and the local markets and the local humanitarians responding. And again, we pin it down all to respecting the local knowledge, respecting the local products, and respecting the local people and the communities. If you want to contribute to the survey, your voice is very much needed, please do. But again, I want to thank CIPS and Muhakat for the wonderful audience and for the platform, and happy to pick up the conversation with you all after the session. Thank you.
أبدعتي بكل المعايير، شكرا لك. كنت بتمنى تكون البرزنتيشن بالعربي. alright.
وأنا بتمنى كمان بس you're right. We need to decolonize also our research and our findings. Very true.
شكرا لك، شرفتينا. ميرسي. أرجوكم إذا حدا حاب يتكلم مع عليانا we have a break. هنطلع 20 دقيقة إن شاء الله. بس خليني أقول لكم الهدف من البريك. It's a networking session. The definition of networking إنه إحنا نحكي مع بعض، نشرب قهوة، ندردش، ناخذ كروت بعض، ندور على شغل، اللي بدك إياه. This is what is it. حنطلع 20 دقيقة. أهلا وسهلا فيكم كلكم. تفضلوا على البريك ونعود إن شاء الله نستكمل البرنامج تاعنا بعد 20 دقيقة. شكراً.
When I lost my mind, there was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo in so much space. And when you're out there without care, I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew
طيب ممكن بس تخبروا الناس يرجعوا لو سمحتوا، لانه يلا بالجرس لو سمحتي، جيب الجرس وخلي الناس تدخل. alright شباب، خلينا نبدا على بركه الله. لا انتبه كله الا التكنولوجيا. لا طيب شباب امسحوا الباركود عشان الاي سيرتيفيكيت لو سمحتوا. في نفس الوقت البادج فيه نفس الباركود هذا، امسحوه عشان يجيكم الاي سيرتيفيكيت تبعت الايفنت. alright شباب، اهلا وسهلا فيكم، ويلكم باك جميعا. يلا تفضلوا خلينا نبدا. اول شيء خليني اقول لكم انا بعترف انه انا ساذج بكل معنى الكلمه، على الاقل في اداره الوقت. حاطط ربع ساعه نتوركينج، انتهى فينا المطاف ب 45 دقيقه، ويعني يدوب. شكرا على السيشن نتوركينج الرائع. طيب عشان ما نتاخر اكثر من هيك، بالحقيقه one of the most interesting topics اليوم في العالم هو الاوتونوموس مانجمنت. اوكي، سبيشالي في فيلد زي البروكيورمنت. يعني ما بينفع الفيلد تبع البروكيورمنت يضله شو الكلمه الصح، اولد فاشند. لازم نفكر لوين التكنولوجي رايحه في عالم البروكيورمنت. عشان هيك انا بسعدني اني اقدم مستر وائل صفوت. مستر وائل صفوت از فيلو سيبس، يعمل حاليا باكسنشر، واحده من اكبر شركات الكونسلتنج في العالم، وهو سيبس بورد اوف تراستيز. يملك من الخبره اكثر من 30 سنه في أنحاء مختلفة في العالم، بكندا، ببريطانيا، بدبي حاليا and so on. And he's someone to learn from بكل معنى الكلمة. وأنا اللي بتكلم معاه تقريبا 4 سنين إمتى حتيجي على الأردن، هو يقول لي يلا إمتى حنيجي على الأردن. أوكي. أهلا وسهلا فيك وائل، شرفنا، تفضل. بس بدي أطلب منك فيفور، سيشن بالعربي. ينفع؟
We'll do my best. الله أحمد شاكر. السلام عليكم. I feel a lot of low energy in the room. Obviously, you guys, you got a lot of food. خلاص ما شاء الله يعني الأمور طيبة. We need more energy in the room. أولاً سامر أشكرك جداً على الدعوة الكريمة. And it has been absolute pleasure to be in Jordan وعمان تحديداً. أنا أول مرة الحقيقة أجيها ودي حاجة بتشرفني وتسعدني جداً. وكمان I would like to acknowledge the extended hospitality which I have witnessed all the way from the airport لغاية الإيفنت. Also اتشرفت بمعرفة حضراتكم و special thanks for those people actually who came all the way. I think I met a couple of people actually they drove 400 kilometers and this is really a great respect and commitment for بشكر أي حد for taking the time and the effort during the weekend from their family, from their personal commitment to come. شكرا سامر على introduction. Unfortunately, we haven't agreed that you're going to disclose my age. So whether we like it or not, me and Sam are above 50. So I think this is something that I have to acknowledge. As he mentioned, I'm having the participation today in 2 capacities. One capacity is related to CIPS, where I'm actually quite honored to be as part of the Global Board of Trustees in the UK, where I'm chairing the Global Membership Committee. So any complaint about membership, please feel free to reach out to me. And also, we've got CIPS Foundation, which is actually related to all charitable donation that CIPS is leading globally. So I actually sit in the part of board of director for the foundation. On a professional job, where actually my bills get paid, I work for Accenture. So I used to be, prior Accenture, I used to be a former CPO and moved 5 years ago to the region from North America to lead the responsible procurement and shared services practice in the Middle East. Hopefully over the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes, together, we'll go through a journey to explore, challenge, and even agree on what does it mean autonomous procurement. But more importantly, هطلب من حضراتكم, by the end of the presentation, I want everyone to have a commitment to have an action. Because actually, what is really important around this amazing forum, what's in for you as a procurement professional, as a leader. So what is your key takeaway by the end of this session? Not only this, I mean, I've been quite fortunate to listen to other distinguished speakers as well, Sam, Alia. You need to be very smart about having a clear takeaway out of the session today. And then really take it back to your organization, I mean, obviously to yourself, etc. Without any further ado, I wouldn't go through in detail, but I think great context by Sam and Alia about transformation. Haga already, it's happening. All the organization, whether we agree or not, going through a massive transformation. Geopolitical situation, crisis is happening. Things got really complex for day-to-day business activity, complex process, I mean, decision-making challenges, demanding end user, demanding customer. We've got also, I mean, talent. It's about you guys. I think shortage of talent is one of the key challenges in procurement supply chain globally. Even though some people actually at the moment might be in a job transitioning, but if you understand what are the skills of the future and you start investing in those skills, I can guarantee you, you'll be headhunted, whether in Jordan, outside of Jordan, whatever. So just position yourself with the right skill sets. Last but not least, data and technology, which has obviously become really critical. People really have a big challenge with data. And more importantly, they don't understand how to use the data and technology. So those are typically where putting all organization into challenge. خلينا start to talk about autonomous. How many people have an idea what does it mean, autonomous procurement? Can you raise your hand? So we get one. Okay, you are the only one. Great. Okay, I'll come back to you. Even myself, I mean, to be honest, a year ago, I have no clue what is autonomous procurement. It's like a buzzword. What does it mean? So let me give you context here. What does it mean, autonomous? But let me walk you through one thing. I would assume most of you actually driving. So you've got a driving license, you drive your car. So typically, in most of the car recently, you have something that's called cruise control, where you're just driving, you define the speed for a specific period of time, and that's it. So this is, if you use this cruise control, this activity is called automation. You have a specific task, you automate the task, and actually as soon as you hit the brake, what happened? The cruise control will reset, you need to reactivate it. So that's really what's happened in a simple word about what we call automation, which is more something being done by the machine. The second evolution of this, they call augmented decisioning. Some of the advanced car, they call something is called lane assist or lane detection, which actually, you set up this while driving, went to بتسوق العربية. As soon as you get out of the lane, you'll be alerted, and maybe the vehicle or العربية تقدر to align back to the lane. But you still need to take an action, and this is what they call augmented decisioning, which is a combination of you doing something and the machine itself doing something. And then you elevate to the next level, they call autonomous. I'm sure probably some of you really heard about Tesla, where they've got a fully driveless, automated, autonomous vehicle, actually. It's a bit scary, to be honest. I'm telling you. I can't really trust that. I get into a car without a driver, and I can't trust the machine. But this is truly what they call autonomous, which is the machine is taking a full control, making the decisions, وبتاخد قرارات on your behalf. So let me pause here. Does this make sense to everyone? So the definition between automation, augmentation, and autonomous. Let me take this to the next level. In order to define this on a scale, because I want to bring this back about skill sets and the expertise that you need to have. Anything typically which is less than 25% autonomy, they call it is human-driven. What does it mean? That it's mainly by you. Speed control, obviously, that's something that you have to do. You have to set up yourself. Once you hit the brake, what will happen that you need to reset. So there's a lot of work here, and this is really less autonomy. The second one, where you start really automate more activity, which is up to 20-50%, and they call this automation. The third one, you invested a lot in doing some activity, where actually automation would be expanded to 75%. And the last one on the scale, it's about, we call it full autonomous, which is 75% of the activity could be driven by the machine. And I'll bring this to context. Why I'm putting this slide? Because it's a journey. And you need to understand whether you work currently in your company or you want to build the skill sets in the area of autonomous procurement, you need really to understand the different maturity and different part of the journey. Let me pause here. Anyone has been working procurement, في أي شركة أو أي مؤسسة, you typically will have a procurement software. And different organizations got a different maturity in the way that they manage procurement. Some company actually still using Excel sheet. No disrespect, obviously. Other organizations actually still really using different, what we call, system of record. SAP, Coupa, Ariba, iValue, whatever you call it. Other organizations actually start really elevating this, and they already connect specialized platform, DocSign. What happened in COVID 2020, where actual organizations start really moving from physical signature into a digital signature. Just as an example, EcoVadis, very well-known sustainability domain, where it actually has been addressed today by Sam, by Alia, etc., about supplier risk. Later on, as we heard over the last 1 year about really generative AI, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, obviously, all of those co-piloted by Microsoft. And then the next one, this is the best in class, is called the agentic AI. And we have a demo by the end of this session to bring it to life. And as a procurement professional, I was skeptical. Seeing is believing. Let me see what you're talking about just to get, I mean, the understanding. I need to see something that is more credible. So we'll touch on this. But this is the journey of how organizations build their procurement digital roadmap across different layers. It's good that all of us لازم نتفق مع بعض and have a clear understanding, not because if you're here today, but even later on when you start your search, you start to really decide that I want to get deep into the agentic AI. What are the two different definitions? ايه الاختلاف ما بين generative AI and agentic AI? Generative AI, artificial intelligence, it is that you've got an agent بتطلب منه activity معينة. This agent would be able to review this activity and give you a specific outcome. So given an example, you receive in procurement purchasing request. So you ask the agent, review the purchase request, identify non-compliance, identify deviations, and actually provide me with the summary. This is exactly what I mean, generative AI. They can get the data and generate outcome. That's it. Nothing beyond that. Where agentic AI is taking things really to the next level. They act an action. So given an example, you have an invoices coming, فاتورة جت, again it's a purchase order, where someone has to review this invoice. Someone actually has to validate if the invoice really matching the purchase order in terms of quantity, pricing, I mean tax code, all of those things. And then accordingly, based on any deviation, the agent will take an action, whether to communicate back with the supplier or to communicate back with the end user to get the issue resolved. This is the agentic AI. As I mentioned, at the end of the presentation, we'll have a session, I will have a demo that will walk you through this. You can see it. Let me pause here. Is it clear to everyone difference between generative AI and agentic AI? Brilliant. I can see the energy is very low. Samir, what kind of a food did you offer to the people? ما شاء الله أكيد مش منسف يعني. Okay. Let me bring this back to reality now. Now we understand what does it mean autonomy, understand what does it mean obviously agentic AI versus generative AI. In Accenture, we really reach out to the top 1,000 global organizations. And we have a discussion like exactly what Ali have done in their research as well. Talk to the top leader across the globe. And he said, okay, if you want to implement autonomous procurement, what are the top expectations that you expect from AI? And those, as you can see, the 10 areas where most of the organization will have a challenge with. The first one, they want to really reduce costs and improve efficiency. The second one, they want to have more agility, to respond back. The third one, it's about really speed of doing the procurement process. The fourth one, improving the quality of the service. So most of the big organizations are actually facing challenge in those areas, and they would love to see AI step in and really bring value. وحتى هنا في الأردن أو حتى في بلادنا العربية, you will not be different. You will find most of those challenges, and this is where the opportunity in this room, with a wealth of knowledge ما بين خبراتكم كلكم, إنك أنتوا to start to communicate with each other, to collaborate. And again, I'm just trying to quote my previous distinguished speaker, Alia, when she said about one of the dimensions about collaboration. You don't need to reinvent the wheel, but you can leverage existing knowledge. Let me bring this to perspective. So now we talk to the leader. They agree that I want to improve, reduce cost, I want to improve the efficiency, improve the quality, etc. Okay. Anyone in procurement or anyone in the business, typically, they would love to talk in metrics. What does it mean that how can I measure this? I think without measuring, you can't really make a progress. So when you start looking to some of the leading organizations, how they measure AI impact, they have a different KPIs. عندهم مجموعة من معايير تقييم الأداء اللي بتحدد. First things, how AI could improve my productivity by 40 to 50%. دي معناها إيه؟ In a lot of administrative tasks could be managed by the system where I can reuse the effort of my team to do something more important. So instead of really you spending a lot of time creating an RFP, talking to the supplier, doing supplier onboarding, AI can do this for you. And you're just focusing more importantly on supplier relationship, as Sam mentioned. Talk about really, strategic really innovation. This is where you're going to spend, more time and improve productivity. Another point here about, making procurement more feasible, transparency. One of the good examples when people talk about, for example, Uber. Why Uber is a good example in customer service? Lee, whenever you decide to take an Uber, one, you click, you define clearly your destination, where you're gonna go. Immediately, you get the options. And once you select the option, immediately you came to know about the cost, how much it will cost you. And more importantly, how long it will take you to move من البيت لغاية airport. And then once actually you booked and engaged in the service, you've been updated. You can share the ride with your family, with your friends. You can actually track how actually Uber, while you are in the car, وانت في التاكسي أو في Uber, communicate. And then more importantly, once you finish the ride, you got a request on a feedback. If you think about this, this is entire customer experience, end to end. This is a great example, I think, and thank you for bringing this. Anything you have to do, you have to be responsible. So for example, do I need to print that much of paper? Not required. So actually, one, I'm reducing cost. Two, to your point, زي ما حضرتك تفضلتي, I'm actually committed to drive more environmental friendly, and I'm minimizing my scope 3 emissions. All of those great impact, but going back to the point, how to tell the story. For example, to Sam's point, if you go and tell people, I reduce really the printing budget by 20%, people wouldn't care. But if you say that while optimizing the printing, I've been able actually to contribute to our sustainability commitment, and this is how much potentially we could minimize our scope 3, you show the value. So one of the key things typically, it's about how to tell the story and how to sell the story internally and externally. And now, just moving to this again, moving to other KPIs, as I mentioned about the procurement life cycle, how to improve this. Reduce cost versus really revenue. Reduce spend. Procurement professional, they are not just acting reactively. You need to understand your company challenges, whether لو عندهم expansion ما شاء الله أو عندهم challenges to reduce the cost. And you need to come up with an innovative idea how you can optimize the spend, how you can get more for less. And last but not least, it's about actually innovation. From a supplier relationship, you can have more innovation. And then from there, you can actually contribute to your company sales and your company growth. So this is practical KPIs. A lot of companies typically start implement to see the impact of AI. Let me take you to the next slide. Okay, this is nice. Well, it's all very high level. You explain to us autonomous procurement. We can understanding really, what are the difference between different type of agentic AI. We clearly see what big company are having challenges, where they are having. You explain to us about the KPIs. How are we going to do it? Simple questions. Okay. To go and start really embracing autonomous procurement, you need to have two simple criteria. Our criteria about automation. What task that you can actually automate, where you don't need to get into it. With any dimension, it's about delegation. Because as we agree in autonomous, if you delegate, the machine will be able to do certain action on your behalf, بالنيابة عنك, where there's an exception, the machine will come back to you. So those are the two fundamental criteria when you think about, let me talk about autonomous procurement. Automation and delegation. Okay. As of today, ما شاء الله كافة الحضور, you work for procurement department. In this procurement department, you have different sections, whatever you call it, division, section, whatever you call it. And those sections, each one of those sections will have its own activity, contracting, procurement, supplier management, whatever you call it. This is what most of procurement organizations now, they operate in division, section, whatever you call it. The future of procurement, which will happen in 5 to 7 years, where actually you get an agentic AI work for you, And your job is to be close to your customer. And your customer could be your internal end user or your supplier. So the silos of, okay, I am doing only procurement, I have nothing to do with contracting, someone else has to do this, is not going to happen. You will become accountable. We will become وهتبقى أنت مسؤول إنك أنت to manage the process from A to Z. Let me pause here. This is going to be the future of procurement. But I want to again always link this to the skill sets. Skill sets here, your job is to make sure that you're close to your customer, which means influential skills, stakeholder management skills, business understanding skills. So now we start talking about the skills, what's in for you. Agentic AI will do the heavy work for you. That's not a concern. Now you have to invest in building those skills so you can sit on the table with the business. When you talk to them, we can have an expansion. For example, new manufacturing facility. How are we going to help us as a procurement? We can talk to the strategic supplier. We can ensure that the supplier really can have the right capacity. We can really have the right contracts term to mitigate risk. We can actually have the right KPIs to measure the success, all of those things. Let me bring this to life. And those are real examples, by the way. They are not just being put here. دي حقيقة فعلا. This is how currently companies start really building autonomous procurement. So they define, بيحددوا الاكتيفيتي اللي موجوده في البروكيومنت بروسيس. على سبيل المثال how to create an RFP او request for proposal, how actually to review and analyze the cost of particular spend, how to start actually just looking to the spend optimization, how to assess risk. And each one of those areas you create something called agentic AI. Someone will do this job for you. And by the way, this is happening. This is not really a theory. ده مش كلام بس يعني presentation. Once you automate all of those activity, there is a next layer. There is a more sophisticated or more experienced agent who will look into those things and start really driving a better result. على سبيل المثال بمجرد انت ما عملت وجهزت كل الحاجات اللي انت محتاجها للمناقصه، بعد كده هيجي ايجنت يراجع الانبوتس دي كلها including الكونتراكت دوكيمنت والسورسنج دوكيمنت، وبعد كده تكونسلت حضرتك. If you think about this diagram, 80% of the job, apology for that, 80% of the job has been done by all of those agents. Only strategic 20% where you need to make a decision, it will come to you. ده الفيوتشر. طب what does it mean to you today? Would this mean that those people will take your job? أبدا. Your job is actually to be close to the business. Your job is to تتكلم مع البيزنس، تعرف احتياجاتهم، توضح لهم ايه التشالنج اللي هيقابلوها، توضح لهم انت هتقدر تساعدهم ازاي، وبناء عليها تقدر انك انت to deliver result. ف the more that you invest in your skill sets وتنمي قدراتك انك تبقى قريب من البيزنس، the better you will have opportunity to grow. So it's about how to use AI, not avoiding AI. ده example. وعشان كده قلنا كل الحاجات اللي هي بنسميها back office, creating PR, converting PR to PO, fully transaction 100%. كم حدش هيعملها. اللاير الثاني creating an RFP document, creating a standard contract, 80% of it will be done also by AI. And the remaining 20% أما يبقى عندك فيها اختلافات أو deviation, there will be some expertise. What is really more important, which is this one, you'll find أي حاجة ليها علاقة بالcustomer facing, AI only can contribute to 30%, which means that 70% of the job is still driven by حضراتكم. But this is where you're going to bring the maximum value to your organization. Let me pause here. في أي حد عنده اعتراض على الستراكشر ده؟ I'd love to get your thoughts. أي حد عنده اعتراض على الستراكشر ده؟ Your big opportunity with AI in this space. إنك تبقى قريب للبزنس، قريب للسبلاير. Whatever below this could be easily automated. تفضلي.
Hello.
تفضل. Mike. Can I have a mic, please?
Yes. I want only to thank you for this.
أنا آسف هاجي لحضرتك بس اتفضل.
First, let me thank you for this initiative. Just to let you know, I want only to thank you again for this session and for this beautiful information. I just want to highlight a very important thing. Can I know how the supplier will be interacting with this concept? Because you informed us that the front office will be reduced with 30%, the middle office as well. So how we can know how the the supplier will be interacting with this concept?
Inshallah, it's a very good question.
Thank you.
Your relationship with supplier operate at different level. علاقات حضرتك مع الموردين بتختلف حسب بتاع. A lot of discussion with the supplier when it's come للفاتورة والدفع والpayment, machine can talk to machine. You don't need to be engaged on this. انت حضرتك you issue purchase order, you got the invoice, as long as it's matching, machine can talk to each other. Where actually human would be required, when you start really negotiating a strategic partnership. AI cannot do this. AI can give you the data, give you the market analysis, give you the insight, and tell you, by the way, this is typically the opportunity where you need to discuss مع supplier. وحضرتك هنا you take the lead to have the discussion مع supplier to see how we're going to partner together, how the supplier going to invest in really ensuring the right capacity to deliver what sets of KPIs. There are different channel أو طرق للتواصل مع السبلاير بناء على أهمية الموضوع. لو حاجة transactional machine to machine، لو حاجة strategic human to human. فأرجو ده يكون جاوب على السؤال بتاع حضرتك. اتفضلي حضرتك.
So would it be able to create a quotation and it would be specific? Would it
Great
be
question.
specific?
Answer is yes. Remember, one key thing is here, and this is where your experience will shine. I'll answer this in a minute. Anything related to AI is not about technology خالص at all. It's about understanding the business. What does it mean? If you define to AI what are the criteria that you want to have in the RFP, the AI agent will create this on your behalf. And you may have a different template to different type of spend. I'm going to float an RFP for facility management. The criteria is different than marketing. The criteria is different than construction. The criteria is different. So your knowledge and expertise, what will make sure that the AI is really getting the maximum outcome. فأتعشى ده يكون جواب على السؤال بتاع حضرتك. فالإجابة نعم، ويتوقف على جودة المعلومات اللي حضرتك هتديها للإيجنت to create it. اتفضل.
Speaking out.
You put a pressure on me. I have no other option at the moment.
Sorry. So اسمي سيف عبدو, Procurement and Inbound Logistics Manager بكثير Food Production. We're responsible for $80 million a year spend in raw material, packaging, and spare parts. My question is, we have around 250 suppliers, active suppliers. ما حكيتش بالعربي يعني. طيب في عندنا حوالي 250 مورد. كل اللي قاعد بهذه القاعة بيعرف انه سواء السبلاير تبعك برا او جوا you have to have ecosystem كامل عشان الاي اي يشتغل. فانت لما تحكي مع مورد محلي ما بيقبل غير purchase order موقع مختوم الى اخره، ما برضى ما بتوقع منك انه انت تدخله تقول له حط هاي الاي اي ايجنت تبعي راح يبعث لك purchase order بتوقعه بترجع لي اياه او وات ايفر داون بيمنت وات ايفر. فانا بتخيل انه هذا بيعتمد على الريجن where you're operating in. يعني مثلا انجلند هلا where SIPS comes from ممكن more developed انه to adopt هذا الموضوع، بس بالريجن عندنا لسه في ناس بياخذوا البيرتشيس اوردر بياخذوه على التليفون وعلى الواتساب، وهذا this is a fact. So مرات بتحس انه لازم الايكو سيستم كلياته يكون فاهم هذا الحكي. ويعني احنا مثلا في شغلات مثلا زي الاي اس ام انباوند او اي انباوند داخل عندك على الشركه بالسيستمز الكبيره زي اوراكل واس اي بي وكذا، السبلاير بدخل بيفتح اي اس ان يعني لحد هلا احنا في عندنا تيم مسؤول جوا الشركه انه يفتح الاي اس انز عشان السبلاير will not be كثير متعاون not knowing the benefits out of it unless forced. يعني مثلا زي كنت تحكي قبل شوي اليو ان سكشنز وهدول او الان جي اوز ممكن يفرضوا على السبلايرز some يعني بروسيسز، بس بالكوميرشال كثير صعب عشانه كثير دايفيرس وبده ايكو سيستم واحد. فسؤالي قد ايه انت حكيت من هون ل5 سنين، يعني احنا بالبروكيورمنت انا من 2009 لحد هلا جديد صرت اميز انه في ناس صارت تفرق بين purchasing والبروكيورمنت. معظم الناس بقول لك purchasing مشتريات باير اتسترا، جديد صار هذا الحكي. فقد ايه بتتوقع بالريجن تبعنا هذا الحكي راح يكون اذا بانجلند 5 سنين، امريكا 5 سنين اتسترا، قد ايه بالريجن تبعنا؟ ثانك يو.
Well, I think it's a very good question. Sam, apologies. I think you understand it very well. I would undermine your Arabic literacy. But هيك سؤال حضرتك الحقيقة spot on. وهجاوب على حضرتك بحاجتين. AI is a journey. AI is not a switching key إن حضرتك بكرة الصبح هتقول I'm gonna do this for all my supplier. You start exactly where you have a maturity with your supplier. And this is going back to the key point. As a procurement professional, you have to be a good storyteller. Procurement is about selling. And me and Sam keep saying this in all the conferences. Procurement is not buying, it's about selling. You have to bring your key supplier where they may have the potential to embrace an AI and talk to them and share what is the value for them. Even an example. كمورد. If you submit the invoice today, it goes through the accounting department. By the time they get the invoice, they log it on the system. It will come to us. It will go to the end user review, approved. You get your payment in 30 days, 45 days, 60 days, 90 days. If we work together and we have a proof of value, our pilot, you could be paid in 5 days. Well, if you do this, maybe you can give me a better discount. But the whole concept of AI, طبعا, this is not one size fits all. It's not going to happen with all the suppliers. Have to start with a very selected supplier who are also interested. Remember, unless you want to shake hand with me, I can't shake hand. So you have to, and this is where your experience to define who from your strategic supplier are willing to help you through this journey. But ده سؤال ممتاز جدا. What will happen in the region? Of course, different countries have different maturity. في بلادنا العربية, it will take some time. But there's some country, I don't want to name it, like particularly United Arab Emirates, الإمارات أو السعودية, they start really pushing this agenda. الحاجة الثانية, this is an example just in less than 1 minute, because I know that if we are over time. This is an example, if you need to run QPR, quarterly business review with key strategic supplier, typically from a leading practice, بتاخد حوالي تقريبا 60 يوم. I work with this supplier, I need really to review all the contract, I need to send survey to the end user, let me get their feedback, I need to analyze really the payment, I need to analyze if there are any issues, I have to prepare for the agenda, I have to coordinate the meeting. It will take 2 months until to bring everyone around the table to review the performance. With AI, it could take less than 15 days. يعني من شهرين لأسبوعين. Not only this, the AI will review all the documents, will review all the issues, and will come and propose an agenda, a key point for discussion, and where actually there is an opportunity and where there is a risk. وback to the point, أنا النهارده زي ما حضرتك تفضلت، لو أنت عندك 250 supplier, you apply 80-20 rule، منهم مثلا توب 50 supplier هم دول your strategic supplier، تقول والله أنا ما عنديش وقت إن أنا أعمل القصة دي مع ال 50، I will pick up the top 10. If you start applying this, your chances إنك to go من 10 to 50، لأن 80% of the job will be done by the agent. وده حقيقي. I'm going to close this now and go through a demo, and then happy to take any questions. Also, one thing. Yesterday, when Samer مشكور الحقيقة يعني picked up from the airport, I was explaining to him that a few days ago, some of our team member within my team, they created an agentic AI that can translate PowerPoint and document from English to Arabic literally in less than 3 minutes. فسامر امبارح قال لي I want you to come to the stage. انت في الأردن عايزك تتكلم عربي. والله it's my pleasure طبعا. فقلت let me try this and let me see if this is going to work or not. I put the entire presentation in English into the new agentic AI. In 3 minutes, I got the entire presentation مترجمة بالعربي, exactly with the same format. الجودة أو الكواليتي بتاعتها almost 90%. أنا بس رجعت كلمتين. Can you imagine that if you are going to talk to your senior leadership team, عندك اجتماع مع الحكومة وانت محتاج تحط time أو effort أو حاجة زي كده. Agentic AI can do this job on your behalf. Even حتى الشركات الكبيرة تحتاج مترجم وبيدفعوا له فلوس. انت you can use this. I just give you an example that certain things حقيقة بتحصل على الواقع. Let me pause here. I'm going to walk you in 3 minutes a demo, a real demo about agentic AI, and then by this I'm going to finish my presentation. فبشكركم جدا على يعني سعة صدركم و happy to take any question after the demo.
In today's dynamic business landscape, organizations grapple with increasing complexities in the source-to-pay process. The source-to-pay process comprises e-sourcing, procurement, accounts payable, and payments. Organizations face challenges such as delayed payments, cash flow leakage, and compliance risks while navigating through a multi-vendor landscape. By augmenting deep process knowledge with AI-driven intelligent automation, agentic AI has the power to reduce complexity and compress processes by minimizing manual touchpoints. It goes beyond traditional automation by autonomously adapting to evolving business dynamics, orchestrating workflows across systems, and handling exceptions. Accenture's AI refinery framework has provided a solid foundation to accelerate agentic journey by democratizing access to advanced AI capabilities for rapid implementation of custom AI agents. We defined a robust multi-agent system architecture leveraging reinforcement learning algorithms, predictive analytics, natural language processing, and knowledge graphs, ensuring a continuously evolving decision-making process. A reusable catalog of multi-agent systems has been designed to streamline workflows across organizations. The agents operate in structured, multi-tiered hierarchy to enable real-time decision-making, inter-agent communication, and human-AI collaboration. Now let's have a look on how agentic AI is transforming a high-touch accounts payable process. The team processes 2.1 million invoices annually with multi-language complexity and intricate tax structures. Over past 5 years, significantly improvements have been achieved through system fixes and bot automation. Despite this, 4 out of 5 invoices still require human intervention. Substantial time is spent on workflow follow-ups, and over-processing of invoices consumes bandwidth which can be utilized to avoid cash flow leakage. Let's walk through a demo how agentic AI overcomes these issues. By employing multiple LLMs, we have successfully achieved near 100% invoice extraction while handling multi-language challenges with precision. The pilot, developed in English, Greek, Spanish, and Portuguese, can be expanded to additional languages. The multi-agent collaboration automates error correction, retrieves missing data, and manages workflow resolutions seamlessly. Agents can detect and resolve gaps in complex scenarios like missing goods receipt, missing purchase orders, and tax code mapping. The agentic system autonomously triggers workflows while seamlessly integrating human-in-the-loop interventions when needed. The agentic-enabled Manager Console is bringing enhanced visibility across daily operations including digitization, leakage, compliance, and controls, while proactively initiate updates to 200+ top suppliers. Through a successful pilot, we have potential to achieve beyond 90% digitization effectiveness through touchless invoices and 70% auto-posting gains. Now is the time to extend the power of agentic AI to other F&A processes. The future of AI-driven operations is here. Our clients have already embarked on this journey.
بعتذر لو أطلت في البرزنتيشن بس شكرا جزيلا لحضراتكم ومرة تانية سامر. It has been absolute pleasure. We're happy to take any questions.
شكرا وائل، يعطيكم الف عافيه. انا عارف انه عندكم كثير اسئله عن موضوع الاجنتيك اي اي، راح ناجلهم للبانل ديسكشن اللي بالاخير. اوكي، فجهزوا اسئلتكم، حيكون عندنا ضيوف بالبانل ديسكشن. بس safe AI is a reality. Okay, sooner or later, okay, we will be using agentic AIs. يمكن مش السنه هذه ولا السنه الجاي. I totally understand the local concept. and what is going on في الموردين والامور هاي كلها. لكن اعتقد انه زي ما احنا we started adopting ERP systems and other systems هي مساله وقت ونستخدم الاي اي بنفس الطريقه. حاليا استخدامنا للاي اي هو عباره عن لعبه بنلعب فيها. شو رايك فيه؟ حلو ولا مش حلو؟ عجبتك صورتي؟ هيك حاليا that's like playing with toys. دراسة عالمية بتورجي إنه في العالم مش في الأردن، دراسة عالمية بتورجي بهارفارد كيف يستخدم العالم في الكرة الأرضية AI. What is the first reason؟ حطيتها على LinkedIn حتى. companionship، صديق شخصي. كيفك اليوم؟ عملت حادث أطلت فيه والله companionship and healing بهارفارد يعني. I can show you this. فهمت علي كيف؟ احنا لسه we're not there، مش في العالم كله يعني، بس it's coming for procurement ان شاء الله. anyway يطول الحديث بالاي اي. شكرا مستر وائل. خليني to set the stage للسبيكر السبيكر اللي بعده لو سمحتوا. اوكي. حاب اقدم الفاضله سوزان حموده. سوزان حموده هي فيلو لسبس، والحقيقه سوزان عندها extensive experience. هي تعمل بالكي اتش سي سي حاليا، فارما ديبيوتي. شي از ان شارج. ايماجن انتم بتعرفوا الدور الرائع اللي بيقوم فيه مستشفى الحسين للسرطان صح؟ رايت. سوزان is the one, she and her team موجودين هون اليوم. she is the one behind all the magic تبع الدراجز availability في الحسين كانسر سنتر. فأنا بدي أدعوها على الستيج. تفضل يا سوزان. أهلا وسهلا فيك. أدعوها على الستيج to share case study on risk management بالprocurement and supply من كينج حسين كانسر سنتر. تفضل يا سوزان. أهلا وسهلا فيك.
شكرا بالعربي خلاص ولا يهمك، بالعكس بنتشرف إنه يكون بالعربي. يعطيكم العافية جميعاً. بداية بحب أشكر الأورجنايزنج كوميتي سامر وإسراء والجنود المجهولين اللي بيشتغلوا محاكاة، وبحب أشكركم كلكم على الحضور وإنكم استنيتوا معنا لهذا الوقت. next 20 minutes رح أحكي عن الميديكيشنز in particular. فأنا ما عندي disclosures except إنه أنا صيدلانية، فرح تلاحظوا هذا الإشي بالسلايدات تاعوني، رح تشوفوا الإمباكت تاع الصيدلة على البرزنتيشن. الريفرنسز كلهم رح يكونوا بنهاية المحاضرة listed بآخر سلايدات. بحب أعرف بالأودينس بشو أوف هاند، نرفع إيدينا إذا اشتغلتوا أو بتشتغلوا بالقطاع الصحي. مش ضروري تكونوا صيادلة. اوكي ممتاز. ففي عنا عدد منيح بالقطاع الصحي، بس اتوقع كلنا بطريقه ما مستفيدين من القطاع الصحي وبنتمنى انه يكون باحسن صوره دائما. هلا رح ابدا احكي بدايه عن البجعات. احنا لما نتخيل بجعه عاده بنتخيلها باللون الابيض صح. الواحد اذا شاف بجعه سوداء شوي رح يتفاجأ ورح ينصدم، ومن هون اجى الترم في البزنس البجعات السوداء او البلاك سوان ايفنتس، وهي الايفنتس او الاحداث اللي بتكون نادره الحدوث وصعب التنبؤ فيها، وحدوثها بيؤدي لمفاجاه لما الشخص يشوفها. ومن هون هذا الانترودكشن للريسك مانجمنت بالاحداث اللي صارت بشكل اكثر تزيد. يعني احنا بطلنا نعتبر هاي الاحداث نادرة الحدوث، للأسف صار في كتير أحداث صعب التنبؤ فيها. وعشان نشوف الغريب إنه طلعوا البجعات برضه السوداء أصلاً مش نادرة، طلع في كتير بجعات سوداء بس بأستراليا. فعلى الجهتين طلع البجعة السوداء هو مش نادر الحدوث. من الأمثلة في القطاع الطبي اللي صارت بالأحداث البلاك سوان إيفنتس، في عنا المثال المشهور للآيفي فلويدز اللي هي السوائل بالوريد، اللي صار الانقطاع العالمي اللي بدأ من الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وامتد لكل العالم. صار في كاسكيد جلوبالي لدرجة إنه صاروا الناس بالطوارئ بأمريكا لما يروحوا على الطوارئ، بتعرفوا إحنا الستاندرد أول ما تفوت الطوارئ بشبكك IV، صاروا يعطوا إذا الواحد ببلع يعطوه أورال، لأنه الآيفي فلويدز بطلوا متوفرين، صاروا يتم الاحتفاظ فيهم لتحضير الأدوية. وهذا كان بسبب الهوريكين اللي ضرب بويرتوريكو وبالتالي أثر على السبلاي تشين للآيفي فلويدز بشكل عام. تاني إشي في عنا مثلا الحروب والحروب التريد وورز اللي هلا عم نشوفها برضه، والإمباكت بريشيبينج السبلاي تشينز، واللي رئيس وزراء كندا الصراحة eloquently وصفها قبل يومين ثلاثة أتوقع، وحكى supply chain being exploited as a weakness، وهذا وصف جدا مناسب خاصة في جرائم الحرب اللي بنشوفها وأثرها على السبلاي تشينز اللي متعلقة بالمواد الحيوية للناس في المناطق المنكوبة. وفي عندنا كمان أمثلة على السرقات أو الهايست، ونوع جديد من الهايست اللي صار يتعرض له العالم اللي هو السايبر سيكيورتي أتاكس. وزي ما شفنا ال NHS يمكن اللي شافوا بال 2017 صابوا شلل تقريبا من السايبر سيكيورتي أتاكس، وحتى عندنا بالأردن تعرضنا لسايبر سيكيورتي، أعتقد إنكم كمان فاميليار فيها كلكم. هلا بالنسبه لي انا في بلاك سوان ايفنتس ممكن انها تنشا بالمؤسسات على مستوى المؤسسه، اذا المؤسسه ما انتبهت لامور مهمه. زي ما حكوا زملائي الريسك مانجمنت صارت شيء كثير مهم، وبالتالي البناء له والبريدكشن التوقعات مهمه جدا. اذا احنا ما بنينا ستاف، ما عملنا بيلدينج كاباسيتي للستاف تاعنا، احنا وير هيدنج توورد اي بلاك سوان ايفنت بالمؤسسه تاعتنا. اذا ما استغلينا التكنولوجيز زي برضه ما شرحوا زملائي الستاندردز البوليسيز البروسيجر، يكون في يعني سيستم واضح نمشي عليه، برضه وير هيدنج تو ا بلاك سوان ايفنت. الاي اي الناس بتحكي انه الاي اي مخاطر الاي اي وبده ياخذ شغلنا، وزي ما هلا حكينا 100% will be replaced، لكن شو اكثر خطوره اسوسييتد مع الاي اي؟ اكبر خطوره اسوسييتد بالاي اي هي عدم استخدامه، انك to be left behind، انك ما تعرف عنه، انك تخاف انا الداتا تاعتي وبكره باخذوها ومش عارف ايش. هذا الحكي مش موجود. هي اكبر خطوره انك ما تستخدم الاي اي فعليا. الشغله الثانيه باداره المخاطر المهم ننتبه لها، واحنا بندرس دائما بنتخيل السبلاي تشين عباره عن تشين، صح، وحده ورا وحده بشكل لينير، سواء من المانيفاكتشرر للكاستمر او بالعكس الريفرس لوجيستكس. لكن اليوم ما في شيء لينير، احنا تحولت السبلاي تشينز فعليا لويبس، شبكات متداخله ومعقده كمان، لدرجه انه الفيزيبيليتي ما في فيزيبيليتي، بطلت واضحه. يعني في كثير موردين او مصانع ما بيقدروا يطلعوا على اصل المواد وين بتنتهي وكيف بتمشي خلال كل هالشبكات المعقده، وهي برضه جزء من المخاطر. وشفنا المثال بدواء مشهور للأونكولوجي بيستخدموه لعلاج العيون بأمريكا، لما داون السبلاي تشين لشركة مالتي ناشونال هي، وكان هذا ريبيوتيشنال دامج الصراحة، مع إنه هو داون ذا سبلاي تشين، يعني هم بعد ما سلموا الدواء للصيدليات كانوا بيعملوا له ريباكجينج وتحضير، أدى لوجود انفكشن بكتيريا بهذا الدواء، عملت التهابات بالعيون، وبتينيسي وبفلوريدا صار في حالات من العمى للمرضى اللي استخدموا هذا الدواء، لأنه ما كانش فيه فول فيزيبيليتي على السبلاي تشين. ومن هون بدأ مركز الحسين باستراتيجية يتطلع على الكلينيكال ليدرز اللي هم قادة في المجال الطبي. زي ما بتعرفوا الدواء هو إدارة الدواء تحت الصيدلية دائما، سواء شراء سواء صرف، كلها في الأردن وفي العالم هي تحت الصيدلية. لكن إحنا شاركنا بهذا المؤتمر ببازل بال2008 هو بداية كان، عشان في توافق على متطلبات المستشفيات، المتطلبات الأساسية للمستشفيات، وضمنها كان الحديث عن المشتريات. لما كان الحديث عن المشتريات انتبهنا إنه هو فعلا تحت الصيدلية، لكن اليوم ما بنفع صيدلي خريج كلية صيدلة بالتجربة وبالإكسبيرينس يصير هو مسؤول عن إدارة السبلاي تشينز للدواء في العالم. وبالتالي صار من الواجب إنه يكون الصيدلي مؤهل لما يكون مسؤول، يكون عنده technical capacity in order to work in the supply chain. وهذا الشيء هو adopted طبعا بستاندرد عالمي، وعندنا هلا رح نشوف كيف بالغذاء والدواء برضه جزء من المتطلبات انه يكون الشخص عنده معلومات كافيه بالمهام الموكله له. هلا هاي هي الميديكيشن سايكل، زملائنا الصيادله او اللي بيشتغلوا بالقطاع الطبي فيري فاميليار بيعرفوها منيح. زي ما احنا شايفين هي كلها لها دخل بالدواء، لكن في عندنا البروكيورمنت وفي عندنا الستورج هم جزء من إدارة الدواء اللي هي كلينيكال، اللي هي كيف تعطي الدواء للمريض وكيف تسحبه وكيف كل هاي الأمور، لكن البروكيورمنت هو جزء من الميديكيشن مانجمنت سايكل. هلا رح نحكي شوي عن الريسكس في الدواء بشكل خاص، وزي ما حكى السيد وائل بحب يكون في purpose to impact دائما، الشخص لازم يكون عنده هدف انه يترك اثر، وبالتالي لما نسمع ايش ممكن احنا نعمل نفكر بالpurpose to impact تاعنا. هلا في كثير مخاطر، الوقت احنا معنا 20 دقيقة فما رح اقدر احكي فيهم كلهم. رح نحكي عن الشورتجز اللي هي من المخاطر العالمية اللي بتأثر على المريض مباشرة وعلى القطاع الطبي، يعني كلنا وجع الراس يعني عارفين قد ايه فعلا الشورتج صارت ريسك عالميه مش بالمستوى المحلي فقط. والثاني شيء البيشنت سيفتي. نعم البروكيورمنت والسبلاي تشين مانجمنت لها دور كثير كبير بسلامه المريض، رح نحكي برضه عنه. هلا فيك اذر ريسكس، طبعا الفاينانشال ريسكس زي ما حكينا. القطاع الطبي احنا تقريبا 7.8 من الجي دي بي بالاردن هو على القطاع الصحي، 30% منها على الادويه، وهذا يعني جزء كثير كبير. بامريكا تقريبا 18% من الجي دي بي على الادويه. ففي عندنا فاينانشال ريسكس، في عندنا الكاونترفيت الادويه المزيفه، وفي الكولد سبلاي تشين، لكن هدول ما رح نتطرق عليهم اليوم. هلا عشان نحكي ريسك مانجمنت لازم في عندي دائما 3 افكار بحب اني اطرحها ونكون متاكدين انها موجوده عندنا عشان نبدا نفكر باستراتيجيه اداره المخاطر. خلينا نحكي اول شيء نتاكد انه الناس زي ما حكى سيد وائل what's in it for them، انه هم فاهمين الواي behind what we do، احنا ليش هيك عم نعمل. هذا مش شغل زايد وهذا ورك لود ومش عارف ايش، لازم يكونوا فاهمين. لازم الكلتشر بالاورجنايزيشن سبورتس الاستراتيجي، لانه انت لو جبت استراتيجي من هارفارد وحطيتها والناس مش فارق معها، هاي الاستراتيجي it will be eaten على البريكفاست، يعني مش رح تكمل للظهر معك، الصبح بتكون استراتيجيتك بلها واشرب ميتها. فهي اول شيء، انتبهوا للكلتشر اللي انتم بتشتغلوا فيها بالاورجنايزيشن. ثاني شغله تجميع الداتا. كلنا بنجمع داتا، في عنا لازم نعمل دوكيومنتيشن، لازم نثبت الارقام، لازم نحسب، عنا KPI وعنا كثير ارقام احنا لازم نجمعها، صح؟ لكن الستاف ما رح يعطيك داتا مناسبه انك تستخدمها الا اذا فرجيته الاكشن اللي انت بتعمله بهاي الداتا، يفهم اهميه هاي الداتا عشان يعطيك جود كواليتي داتا، تايملي داتا، ريل تايم داتا، حتى تقدر انك تبني عليها البروجكتس اوف امبروفمنت. ثالث وحده احنا دائما كنا نحكي patient centered care. هدف القطاع الصحي هو خدمه المريض، والمريض هو في منتصف او في مركز كل شيء بنعمله. لكن بعد الكوفيد اتطور هذا المفهوم، شفنا البيرن اوت عند العاملين بالقطاع الصحي واثره المباشر على المرضى، وبالتالي تطور المفهوم صار person centered care لحتى يشمل المريض ويشمل العامل بالقطاع الصحي، وبالتالي لازم ننتبه على الاثنين واحنا بنأسس لاي استراتيجيه بدنا نشتغل عليها باداره المخاطر. هلا في هذا الترم الفوكا انفايرمنت. الفوكا انفايرمنت هو مصطلح من الميليتري، من الجيش. هم اكثر ناس بيشتغلوا بفوكا انفايرمنت واللي احنا صرنا كلنا نشتغل فيها، فهذا الشيء وي شود بي اوير اوف، لازم نكون مدركينه. احنا بنشتغل في بيئه معقده، شايفين هو قد ايه انت الاوتكم للاكشن تاعك مع هاو ماتش يو نو اباوت، انت شو عارف شو المشكله تاعتك، اصلا فاهم المشكله اللي انت فيها. وبالتالي احنا في عنا عم نشتغل بكومبلكسيتي بمحل ببيئه فيها تطاير عالي، يعني في تغير مستمر، في عنا هاي ريت اوف تشينج، في عنا امبيجويتي، في عنا غموض، ما بنعرف شو ممكن يصير بكره، وفي عنا انسرتينتي في كثير، حتى مش بكره بس، يعني احنا اليوم ممكن ما يكون عنا سيرتينتي شو ممكن انه يصير. هلا اول خطوه بمانجينج الريسكس هو نعرف اصلا انه عندنا ريسكس. فشو هم المصادر او كيف ممكن how can we identify، كيف ممكن ان نتعرف اصلا انه انا عندي ريسك. زي ما حكوا زملائي we don't have to reinvent the wheel، احنا مش ضروري نخترع شيء، هو already موجود. في مراجع رح موجوده انا باخر البرزنتيشن تاعي، سواء محليه مثلا الجي اف دي المؤسسه العامه للغذاء والدواء، الاعتماديه المحليه الاتش سي اي سي، وفي مصادر عالميه كمان زي الجوينت كوميشن، الاي اس ام بي، الاي اس اتش بي، كلهم بوفروا لكم مرجعيات كيف انكم تتعرفوا على المخاطر اللي ممكن تكون موجوده في الصيدله او في القطاع الطبي او في المستشفيات. بس اهم شيء لما ترجعوا لمرجع عالمي we don't copy and paste، لازم يكون عملي ويتطبق عنا، ف we have to adapt. الشيء الثاني الببليكيشنز والشيرنج نوليدج، زي المؤتمر اليوم مثلا، هذا جزء من الشيرنج نوليدج، انه نتعرف ونتعلم من بعض ونشوف ايش الناس بتعمل. والببليكيشن انه نشارك بمنشورات ونقرا الببليكيشنز الموجوده. ثالث شيء هو المؤسسه نفسها، الايفنت ريبورتنج، انه يكون عندنا سيف انفايرمنت، اذا الواحد لاحظ مجال لخطر او لخطا انه يوقف ويحكي انه هذا الشيء ممكن انه يكون في غلط او صار هون في شيء غلط. الليرنينج اورجانيزيشن والبيئه الامنه مهمه جدا عشان يكون في عندنا جود ريسك ديتكشن. اذا الناس خايفه وهلا بكره بلبسوني اياها وبأسفنوني ومش عارف شو، رح يصير في عندنا مشاكل، رح يكون في عندنا ريسكس. شايفيني منيح اللي بحكي عربي، هذا شو بده يحكي بالانجليزي؟ تمام. اخر شيء the power of observation، go and see. هاي من اختراعات تويوتا باللين مانجمنت. مديرهم ايش كان يعمل فيهم؟ كان يحط لهم دائره حمراء ويوقفهم قبال الاوبريشن، الموظف يوقف يتفرج بس على الناس اللي رايحه واللي جايه واللي بيشتغلوا، ومن هون يحاول انه يلاقي opportunity to improve او يلاقي ريسك. فهالباور اوف اوبزرفيشن كثير مهمه لحتى برضه نتبين من المخاطر. ننزل بس ونوقف في مكان الشغل ونطلع على الناس وهي بتشتغل. ومن هون هي اللين مانجمنت مهمه جدا، فيها ستيبس رح نحكي شوي عنها، وهذا ميرفي لو. if something can go wrong it will go wrong. يعني اذا شيء اليوم ما صار بكره تاكدوا انه رح يصير، فما نستنى ونقول ما هو صار له مثلا سنتين ماشي على هالحال شو بده يصير. اوكي، تذكروا ميرفيز لو. هاي بابليكيشن لمركز الحسين، اشتغلنا فيها على ابلاينج هدول اللين مانجمنت تولز من الاي 3 بروبلم سولفينج لحتى نحسن اللوجيستكس بالصيدليه، وكمان نحسن الويتنج تايم. كانت هي بالهوسبيتال فارماسي ببلشت عن اللين مانجمنت، فيها ديتيلز كيف ممكن نطبقها على ارض الواقع. هلا once you identify الريسك بدك تعمل ريسك ريتنج، كلنا بنعرف هذا الشيء. طبعا هي احنا بنطلع على الامباكت واللايكليهود. في اشياء الامباكت تاعها لو مره زي مثلا البانديميك، ممكن الحمد لله بفضل رب العالمين مره يمكن بال100 سنه، بس شفنا الامباكت وبالتالي لازم نكون متحضرين له. في اشياء هي خفيفه لو صارت مره بالشهر مره بالاسبوع، بس اذا صار لها تكرار عالي هون لازم نتدخل. هلا not all risks are managed equally، مش كل المخاطر تدار بطريقه متساويه، لازم يكون عندنا كلاسيفيكيشن. اهم طريقتين للكلاسيفيكيشن بالادويه هي الفاينانشال كلاسيفيكيشن، ال 2080 رول او الباريتو اناليسيز، انه نشوف ايش هم الاي ايتمز اللي هم عاده 20. يعني انت لو عندك 100 دواء بالصيدليه، 20 منهم رح يعطوك 80% من قيمه المخزون اللي عندك. فهدول ال 20% we should manage them differently. مثلا احنا بنعمل ستوك تيكينج مرتين بالسنه، هدول لازم نعمل لهم كل اسبوع، لازم يتخزنوا باكسس كنترول مثلا. الطريقه الثانيه للكلاسيفيكيشن هي الكرالجيك ماتريكس. هلا هي بروفيت امباكت وسبلاي ريسك، احنا وي ادابتد ذس للكلينيكال ورك تاعنا، وبدال ما نحكي بروفيت امباكت حكينا كلينيكال امباكت. اوكي، فزي ما بتعرفوا في ادويه ممنوع تكون مش موجوده لمده ساعه، الادويه اللي بالسي بي ار مثلا لما مريض يحتاج انعاش، لازم ما بقدر احكي هذا الدواء مقطوع بكره بيجي، صح؟ فهدول الادويه احنا صنفناهم بوتل نيك ايتمز. البوتل نيك ايتمز هم الوحيدين اللي بنحط فيهم اكسترا ستوك او بفر ستوك عالي، لانه الستوك لسه بالنسبه لنا لايبيليتي. يمكن حكى سام انه الستوك هلا صاروا ناس يزيدوا الستوك اكثر عشان يقللوا المخاطر حسب نوع الايتم. في ايتم زي اللافرج والنون كريتيكال اللي هم بيكون في كثير بدائل بالسوق، ما في داعي انك تزيد ستوكات، لانه الستوك هو بنفسه فيه مخاطر، وبالتالي نقي ايش الايتم اللي تزيد الستوك تاعه. برضه هاي عندنا published experience لمركز الحسين، حكينا فيها كيف تصنيف المواد عندنا سواء الاي بي سي او الكرالجيك ماتريكس على طريقه الكلينيكال بارت، وشفنا كيف ساعدنا هذا الشيء بالرغم من تأخير كتير شحنات during الكوفيد بانديميك، في عنا جزء كان عن الريسبونس عن المينتننس اوف ميديكيشن سبلاي، ساعدنا فعلا الايتم كلاسيفيكيشن وانه عندنا سيفتي ستوك عالي من هاي المواد ان نتخطى هاي البانديميك. هلا نبدا بالشورتج مانجمنت، رح احكي عنه شوي. رح ابدا بفيديو اذا سمحتوا لي. هلا بس تحملونا الفيديو اول 3 ثواني يمكن مش واضح، بعدين بصير واضح. انا اخترت الفيديو، هذا الفيديو بشاركه يمكن اكثر من مره لانه هو بيحكي، هو خبر كان على التلفزيون وانا قاعده سمعته. وبامريكا احنا بنتوقع السوق المفتوح الكبير ما عندهم المشاكل اللي عندنا، واللي عندهم مثلا بادجتس كثير عاليه واوبشنز ومش عارفه شو، لكن فعليا خلينا نشوف كيف الشورتج هو جلوبال ريسك وجلوبال ايشيو.
Mass General has a tough enough job without having to deal with a drug shortage.
I never thought we would get to a point in the U.S. healthcare system where we wouldn't have essential medicines to be able to treat patients.
The hospital can't get enough of the blood thinner heparin, crucial for cardiac surgery.
How surprising was it for you to hear that there was a heparin shortage?
Oh, it was completely surprising. It's extremely frustrating. I mean, it's like McDonald's running out of ketchup.
But heparin is far from the only drug in short supply. Right now, Mass General is facing more than 100 shortages. According to a new FDA report, nationwide shortages are getting worse. 116 as of this week, including a cancer medication for children.
She is our miracle, and it's gut-wrenching.
Our generic drug supply is broken.
On Wednesday, a hearing on Capitol Hill looked at one of the reasons. 2/3 of key drug ingredients are manufactured overseas.
Right now, hospitals are rationing critical drugs.
This is our alternative.
Mass General relies on alternative medications and conserving where it can, not knowing how long a shortage will last. With heparin supplies low, a crisis team meets daily.
It is simply not possible for us to do heart surgery without heparin. Impossible. Wouldn't happen.
This is the 4th time in the last 2 years we've had to activate our hospital's emergency operations plan for a major drug shortage.
You've come close to not being able to do cardiac surgeries?
That's correct.
The fix won't be easy or cheap, but finding a solution is critical. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Boston.
فشفنا كيف اول شيء الريسك بدات، وشفنا جزء من الريسك مانجمنت، يعني هم عندهم كوميتي عشان يعملوا ديسيجن، وهذا مهم يكون مكتوب باس او بي. دائما لازم يكون في بالمستشفى اس او بي لاداره المخاطر، خاصه نقص الادويه. هذا ارتكل كمان للدكتور جون فالغاس، فيه حقيقه عن جد يعني هيك بتصحي الواحد. بطل الواحد يحكي if a shortage will affect their practice. الدكاترة بطلوا يفكروا الصيادلة if a shortage will affect their practice. It is when the shortage will affect the practice. يعني الشورتج جاي ما في مجال إلا في شورتج، لكن شو نعمل هون الفرق بصير. شو نعمل لما يصير هذا الشورتج؟ وفي جايد لاين بهذا الارتكل نفسه، في جايد لاين على الشورتج مانجمنت، وممكن انه ينعمل لها ادوبشن عشان يكون في اس او بي. وبالتالي احنا الاستراتيجيز تو ميتيجيت شورتجز هي مش بس اني ازيد ستوك، لانه زياده الستوك ما رح تحل المشكله. في كثير استراتيجيز ذات وي شود ورك اون. لازم يكون عندنا كلاسيفيكيشن سيستم، مش كل الايتمز تاعوني زي بعض. لازم يكون في عندنا مانجمنت، جود مانجمنت للسبلايرز، سستينبل ريليشن شيب وبارتنرشيب، هم شركائنا، الموردين تاعونا شركائنا. improve الكوميونيكيشن مع الهيلث كير بروفايدر. لازم دائما نكون في تايملي انفورميشن، نخبر قبل بوقت لما يكون في شورتج لحتى نلاقي بديل زي ما شفنا. انشور الاس او بي موجوده والستاف ار اوير. انا ما بكفي عندي اس او بي وحاطينها بالدرج، لازم الناس يكونوا فاهمين كيف يستعملوها. دائما في opportunities to improve. دائما في عندنا focus PDCA اللي هو quality improvement continuous. وبالاخير الفوركاست are almost always wrong. ما تعتمدوا على فوركاست عشان تحلوا وتضحكوا ما انا عملت فوركاست. الفوركاست ما بتكفي، اوكي؟ ففي other tools to use. هلا رح نبدا نحكي شوي عن البروكيورمنت بالبيشنت سيفتي، بتقليل المخاطر او الاخطاء الطبيه حتى اذا بدكم. هذا من WHO، هاي الارقام جلوبالي. وتذكروا لما تطلعوا على هاي الارقام انه مش كل الميديكال ايرورز ار ريبورتد. يعني في كتير ناس بتصير معها أخطاء طبية لكنها it is not documented. فهم هون عم بيحكوا 1 in 20 patient globally experience preventable medication harm، ومن هدول 25% بيكونوا life threatening وممكن يكونوا deadly، يعني ممكن يؤدي إلى وفاة المريض بهاي الأخطاء المتعلقة بالأدوية. بالتالي الأرقام كتير كبيرة على مستوى العالم. وعشان يحلوا الاستراتيجيك فريم ورك او الاكشن تاع WHO، اذا بنطلع هون جزء من الميديكيشن في عندنا البروكيورمنت واللوجيستكس، واحده منهم يمكن مش واضح كثير، لكن واحده من الاكشن بلان هي تو ادريس الستورج، الانفنتوري مانجمنت والبروكيورمنت كحل لتقليل مخاطر الاخطاء الطبيه. وهذا من الJFDA، هذا تعليمات توزيع وتخزين الأدوية الجود ستورج اند ديستريبيوشن براكتسز بالمؤسسة العامة للغذاء والدواء. مرجع طبعا هو مش اختياري، هو إلزامي، فلازم نلتزم فيه، لكن فعلا هو مفيد جدا بتقليل كثير من المخاطر. وإذا بنطلع على العاملون والموظفون بالقطاع بالمستودعات، حصولهم على المؤهلات المهنية والفنية التي تتناسب مع المهام الموكلة لهم. يعني أنا اليوم بقدرش أحط واحد مستودع الأدوية وأقول له بالخبرة اصرف هالأدوية وحطه وشيله، لازم يكون عندهم تدريب كافي لإتمام المهام الموكولة لهم تقليلاً لمخاطر إدارة المخزون. من أهم التيبس أند تريكس خلينا نحكي إنك عشان حتى نخفف من المخاطر الطبية نطلع على 5 أجزاء. أهم شيء أنا هون بدي أحكي إن نعرف السبلايرز تاعونا، السورس اوف ذا ميديكيشن. ما بصير استلم دواء من حدا انا ما بعرف مين هو ولا من وين جاي، سواء كان عينات سواء كان تبرعات، لانه العينات والتبرعات برضه هي بالاخير يعني دواء ورح يروح لبني ادمين. وبالتالي know your source، assess your suppliers، هذا مهم جدا. الستاندرد كونسنتريشن، ما في داعي ابدا بصيدليه احط 5 و10 و100 و50 و60. هون انا قاعده بعمل فخ للناس لما يكون عندي كثير concentrations، مش بس ويست بالبروكيورمنت، انت you're losing الايكونوميز اوف سكيل، لكن انت عم تترك لهم فخ انه انت مره رح تغلط، مره ال5 تاخذها مره ال10. بالتالي مهم جدا انه نخلي يعني concentration واحد خاصه بالادويه عاليه الخطوره. السيفتي اليرت مونيتورنج، نطلع اذا في ريكول. اللوك الايك ساوند الايك نفصلهم عن بعض، بعرف هذا شوي يمكن متخصص لكن مهم لانه في عدد كبير عاملين بالقطاع الطبي. السيف بروكيورمنت، تحاولوا ان نشتري الادويه المختلفه، خاصه الادويه اللي التركيز تاعها بيفرق مع المريض. يعني في ادويه ممكن حتى دول بيستخدموها للاعدام هي موجوده بالصيدليات، وبالتالي لازم ننتبه على هاي الادويه. ما اجيب الشركات للاسف بتعمل، واحنا خاطبنا اكثر من شركه بهذا الموضوع، ادويتهم شكلها زي بعض، الوانها زي بعض. فاذا كان عندي ادويه الوانها وشكلها زي بعض من هذا الصنف، لازم اني انتبه اني ما اشتريهم حتى لو كان ارخص. وبالاخير ختاما، if it doesn't feel right it isn't. انا هاي بس حبيت احكيها للethical procurement، لكن feeling is not enough. governance مهمه جدا بالبروكيورمنت. في عندنا كثير اجراءات لازم نطلع لها، ولازم نطلع على السبلاير من ناحيه الكوربريت سوشيال ريسبونسبيلتي. فعلا احنا لما نربط اسمنا باسم سبلاير، لما يكون عندنا بارتنرشيب، لازم اشوف الايثيكال ستاندرد تاعه. هذا جدا مهم، لانه اذا هو كان عنده جود ايثيكال ستاندرد هو رح يخدمني بطريقه صح برضه بالميديكيشن. وبالاخير بحب احكي لكم هدول هم الريفرنسز اللي استخدمتهم، ممكن انكم ترجعوا لهم. وشكرا كثير.
شكرا كثير سوزان. Thank you very much for the very interesting insights. Now I know we are in safe hands. Do you agree? Awesome. This is because of procurement, supply chain management. All right. Anyway, تاخذوا بريك 10 دقائق بس promise me you make it 10 دقائق. Coffee, networking, coffee 10 دقائق. So because we have a busy schedule to continue. يعطيكم ألف عافية. تفضلوا. Thank you. يلا. في 5 دقائق شيء اسمه ووردنج للناس اللي بتصير شغله. لا اذا بدي ضلها ربع ساعه هناخذ نص ساعه بس.
And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. Are the one who will never give me up. The only time I see you is if we're going down. Midnight comes to see if I'm done. You only ever need me when it's time to see you. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. You got it bad. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. You got it bad. And the shape of your
تفضلوا. اجلسوا لو سمحتوا، خلينا نبدأ. تفضلوا الإخوان اللي برا يتفضلوا عشان نبدأ. احنا we are already late in schedule. تمام. طيب نقفل الباب لو سمحتوا، خلينا نبدأ. طيب ضايل عنا 2 سيشن ان شاء الله على خير and then we are good to go. فما بدنا نأخركم اكثر من هيك. لو سمحتوا سكروا الابواب، سكروا الابواب لو سمحتوا. طيب من الرائع انه في ناس بتحرص على التعلم، وانا عارف اغلبكم بيحرص على التعلم واذروايز ما كان موجود بهذا المكان، لكن في الحقيقه حق بعض الناس علينا، طلابنا في محاكاة اللي التحقوا معنا بكواليفيكيشنز مختلفه من سيبس وعملوا اتشيفمنت رائعه جدا في ليفل من ليفلز تبعت سيبس اسمه ليفل 4. عشان تخلصوا لازم تدخل على 8 امتحانات وتنجح فيهم، وفي ليفل اسمه 2 عشان تخلصوا لازم تخلص 5 امتحانات. فيا صبر الناس يعني اللي بيقعدوا يمتحنوا 8 امتحانات بسنتين. فانا اقل اللي بنقدر نعمله انه احنا بس عرفانا منا لجهودهم الرائعه وحبهم في التعلم ورغبتهم في انه يثبتوا نفسهم كبروكيورمنت بروفيشنالز، انه احنا نكرمهم اليوم على الستيج. فخلينا نشوف الفيديو هذا مع بعض اللي بيتكلم عن السيبس كواليفيكيشنز والاووردنج العالمي تبع سيبس كواليفيكيشنز وشو يعني انه انت تكون كواليفايد باي سيبس. كواليفايد باي سيبس. خلينا نشوف فيديو مع بعض لو سمحت.
As a member of the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, CIPS, no matter where you are in the world, you will always be a part of a global network that shares your common interests and challenges. CIPS is a not-for-profit membership organisation and the awarding body for the procurement and supply profession committed to driving positive change and improving professional standards worldwide. Being a member of CIPS means you are a key part of that mission, helping to improve ethical and sustainable supply, promoting and encouraging equality, diversity and inclusion, and supporting anti-slavery in supply chains. CIPS offers dedicated support and tailored benefits for you at every stage of your career, from student to MSIPS and beyond. Membership demonstrates your professional potential to employers, clients and peers, and will boost your career prospects and secure the recognition you deserve. Develop your knowledge and expertise, enhance your performance and advance your career. Shape your future with confidence, with access to practical support and resources. Achieve career success as demand for qualified procurement and supply professionals increases in today's ever-changing world.
So being a part of CIPS, I believe, has really helped progress and fast-track my career to date. It's actually widened the roles I can apply for.
Being MSIPS sets you apart from your peers. You are chartered. You are on par with the chartered accountants, with the chartered engineers. You are a chartered buyer. That makes you the expert in the room.
Evidence your professionalism and demonstrate credibility. CIPS membership, a world of possibilities, with you every step of the way.
Very interesting. سيبس زي ما بعضكم بيعرف عندها اكثر من ليفل تعليمي واكثر من ممبرشيب ستاتس، يعني انه انت كواليفايد باي سيبس. اوكي، واللي حنشوفه الان انه في بعضكم خلص مجموعه مختلفه من الشهادات زي الايثيكال بروكيورمنت سيرتيفيكيت، بعضكم خلص سيبس ليفل 2، بعضكم خلص سيرتيفيكيت ان بروكيورمنت، بعضكم خلص سيبس ليفل 3 ادفانس سيرتيفيكيت، بعضكم خلص دبلومه ان بروكيورمنت، بعضكم خلص ليفل 5 اند ليفل 6 وصاروا اللي بيخلص ليفل 6 بيكون خلص 24 امتحان. رايت؟ فانا ممنون الناس هذه كلها اللي شغاله على حالها بهذه الطريقه، فمش اقل من انه نكرمكم. وفي بعضكم ان ذا روم ار فيلو لسبس، يعني وصلوا لمرحله الزماله لسبس. فخلينا سريعا هيك اوعدوني انكم تزقفوا لهم كلهم على جهودهم الرائعه. I want to ask Sam and Wael to join me on stage. Let's do the awarding لو سمحت. All right. Sam and Wael, I will be calling the names of those who have been qualified by CIPS, and بتشرفونا بتطلعوا على الستيج تتصوروا مع سيبس، بنحتفل فيكم كلكم. راح نتعب واحنا بنزقف، لا تاخذونا لانه في عدد ناس كبير وهم بيستحقوا هذا التكريم حقيقه. راح نبدا بالحاصلين على الايثيكال بروكيورمنت سيرتيفيكيت.
I know this is not on the script. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Can everyone got the certificate go back to your family and tell them thank you? All the recognition you're going to receive today is not about your hard working, but actually there has been a family behind you who looks after you.
طبعا هم اللي بيدفعوا الفلوس اصلا. They pay. طيب خلينا نبدا بالايثيكال سيرتيفيكيتس. alright. راح انادي اسماء 1 باي 1 يتكرموا ويطلعوا على الستيج مباشره. راح ابدا بالاسم الاول. مين صاحب الحظ اول اسم؟ الفاضله امل طراونه، حققت ايثيكال بروكيورمنت سيرتيفيكيت. وينك يا امل؟ تفضلي يا امل. هناك. شكرا. عمر ابو عايشه Ethical Procurement Certificate. أنا كعمر. عمر يعمل بشركة جوردن برومين. أهلا وسهلا فيك يا عمر. شركة برومين الأردن. لانا فريحات من الديوان الملكي رويال هاشيمايت كورت. شكرا. لجين حبيب من سمارت دايركشنز كومباني. وارز لجين. اهلا وسهلا يا لجين، تفضل. شكرا. مرام حنون انترناشونال ميديكال كورب. وينك يا مرام؟ تفضلي مرام. Women in supply chain and procurement. مش معقول كلهم بنات. Thank you. محمد الدباس جوردن برومين كومباني. شكرا. معاذ عقاربة جوردن برومين كومباني. اسرع يا بطل، عقبال ليفل 4 يا معاذ. تفضل. اهلا وسهلا. شكرا. نمير مجالي جوردن برومين كومباني. تفضل يا نمير. جيني اللي بعدها بسرعة. تفضل نمير تفضل. أيوة. شكرا. سارة غرايبة أمنية. Right, so now we move to CIPS level 2. أحمد بني عطا من شركة قدورة جاي من العقبة مخصوص. شكرا. فريد الزبون من الديوان الملكي العامر. No. Sorry. شكرا. جوليا قزاز بنك الاتحاد. اهلا وسهلا. شرفتينا يا جوليا، مبدعة. معلش الليستة طويلة لا تأخذونا. شكرا. رنا الهديلي PwC. سيبس ليفل 2 برافو. نفس البنت لها شهادتين. اوكي ما شاء الله. ناو في بعض الناس حصلوا على شهادتين Ethical and SIPS Level 2 وأولهم روند حمدان وورد سنترال كيتشن. تفضلي. أبدعتي يا روند. يزن العنيزي قدورة من العقبة. شو رايت. هننتقل الآن للدبلومة. اوكي دبلومة in Procurement and Supply 8 exams. all right. إياس خاطر Aramex International Services جوردن. كمان حدا تاني حاصل على شهادتين Ethical ودبلومة. فرح شعاني راسل لاندسكيب جروب. كمان حاصل على الدبلومة فرح طعان من شركة سنيورا. كله بنات شوية شباب. بنات وشوية شباب. اوكي amazing. كمان حاصلة على الدبلومة in Procurement and Supply حنان العقاد Aramex International Services. شكرا. كمان حصل على الدبلومة in Procurement and Supply هند العايدي معاني فينشر. تفضلي اهلا وسهلا. حاصل على الدبلومة in Procurement and Supply جهاد مصطفى Norwegian Refugees Camp. جهاد موجود؟ اوكي. Maybe in the break networking. خالد حمزة سنيورا دبلومة in Procurement and Supply. مهند الصقور الجهاز هولدينج. نادين الخطيب Aramex International Services. نور أبو سرة حاصلة على الإثيكال ودبلومة من PwC. برافو عليكي. رنا الزيادات حاصلة على الدبلومة والإثيكال بروكيورمنت. وين رنا؟ رزان، أنا آسف، تفضلي يا رزان، بعتذر، سامحيني، تفضلي يا رزان. صدام حداد حاصل على الدبلومة from Plan International. صدام هرمنا من أجل هذه اللحظة. صالح المشايخ عطارات باور كومباني، برضه هرمنا من أجل هذه اللحظة. أطلنا عليكم يا جماعة لا تأخذونا، بس the list is so long. سارة بالتاجي حاصلة على الإثيكال ودبلومة إسلامك انترناشونال عرب بانك. هرمنا من أجل هذه اللحظة، كله هرمنا، 8 امتحانات. شكرا. سوزان غيث سنيورة، تفضلي يا سنيورة. تمارا الغربات اسلامك انترناشونال عرب بانك، الدبلومة والإثيكال كمان. أهلا يا تمارا، تفضلي. تيسير عواودة، تفضل يا تيسير. Now we will scale up للM CIPS. الM CIPS هي أعلى awarding اللي بيخلصوا level 4, 5 and 6 أو بيحصلوا عليها براوت تاني. نبدأ بحمزة الخطاطبة، أمازون. Thank you. رعد مصاروة M CIPS PwC. شكرا. كمان M CIPS رانيا كوع البنك العربي. واحدة بس. كمان ام سيبس سيف عبده الكسيح. And the last MSIPS in the room, سامر المدهون. And it's my pleasure also to award the only fellow on the room today and the very first female fellow in Jordan, حققت الزمالة سوزان حمودة KHCC. Thank you very much, شرفتينا سوزان. All right, guys, please be seated because we have a panel discussion. Do you want to say something? Of course.
I think, mashallah ala Samir, I think he leads by example. He can't really, promote procurement and supply chain excellence without actually being an MSIP. So this is a great commitment and a great example really to be followed for. Mashallah, alayk, mabruk, mabruk, mabruk. Also, Sam, I'm sure that you can agree with me. I was very impressed how many women in procurement and leadership in the room as well. And this is, obviously, maybe I'm biased because I've got two young ladies, but anyhow. But I think also Dr. Suzanne as well, probably worth mentioning, she got also level 7.
She does executive diploma.
Exactly. So she's the only one in the room also got level 7.
I think our last session for today, and this is going to be very interesting because we will have a discussion. حيكون عندنا panel discussion. Mr. Sam, please be seated. خلينا ننتقل على البانل discussion لو سمحت. اسمحوا لي ارحب بمستر سام ومستر وائل and مستر معن الطبري من شركة فاين هايجينيك. تفضل. طيب. The way we want to do this شباب, المايك موجود in the room. وهذه this is your chance to ask your questions. I have my questions as well. All right. خليني ارحب فيكم جميعا مبدئيا. Prepare your questions وخلينا ناخذ المايكس in the room كمان. اهلا وسهلا فيكم جميعا. Thank you very much for coming. I think Sam, there will be many that will point questions to you today. I want to start with Mr. Ma'an. Yeah, in Arabic, in English. Mr. Ma'an, أهلا وسهلا فيك. Ma'an is the Chief Supply Chain Officer for Fine Hygiene. شرفتنا بحضورك. شكرا لك. Thank you. Please make sure إنه المايك شغال. يعني كلمة خطرت في بالي قبل شوي. لما بنحتاج مناديل شو بنقول؟ أعطيني فاين. Right? بس I'm sure behind زقفوا فاين لو سمحتوا. واحدة من أكبر الشركات في المملكة. But I'm sure behind this reputation is a great supply chain. صح?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You being اليوم Chief Supply Chain Officer for Fine, and I think I specifically made sure to invite you. أنا عزمتك لأنه أنت you are the local context في هذا الconference. أنت a leading Jordanian company. فأنا I want you to give me a sense اليوم from a Jordanian perspective عن كيف Fine is managing this very complex supply chain. كيف الكوست efficiency شكلها بفاين اليوم. خلينا نبدأ بهذا. عم بيحدث في العالم اليوم ريسكس هائلة, vulnerability هائلة, مشاكل في السبلاي في كل مكان, procurement, logistics and so on. Still Fine is managing perfectly when it comes to cost efficiencies at the same time. فأنا كتير حاب أسمع منك كيف Fine اليوم is putting these efforts and projects and initiatives فيما يخص الكوست efficiencies تبعت السبلاي تشين.
Okay. المايك شغال. نحكي
شغال.
بالعربي ولا بالانجليزي؟
اللي بدك اياه بالعربي.
بالعربي. Okay, great. I'm going to speak in Arabic, Sam. كبداية بس أعطيكم فكرة هيك عن شركة فاين، أكيد كلكم تعرفوها، بس فاين أكبر شركة بتصنع ورق صحي بالمنطقة بشمال أفريقيا والشرق الأوسط، المينا ريجن، تقريبا 220 ألف طن، 5 بيبر ميلز. وصلها الشركة تقريبا هلا بعد سنتين بيصير البراند له 70 سنة.
واو.
شركة عتيقة وقديمة وإلها طبعا تقلها هون في البلد وبالمنطقة الحمد لله. صناعة الورق زي ما بتعرفوا، زي ما عم بتشوفوا هلا في منافسين كتير عم بدخلوا على السوق، وبالتالي السوق كل ماله عم بيكون أصعب وأصعب. المشاكل اللي بتحيط فينا احنا كأردن وبالمنطقة ككل، احنا مصانعنا بمصر، بالأردن، السعودية، الإمارات، وهلا إن شاء الله عم نفتح بالعراق بشهر 4 ونبلش إنتاج. فكل هاي المشاكل طبعا بتصعب من سهولة إنه نعمل بزنس وبرضه توصيل المنتجات تبعتنا. فاللي عملناه احنا لحتى نحسن الكوست افشنسي تبعتنا، في تركيز كبير على الانفستمنت بالكابكس، الكابيتال اكسبندتشر. احنا حجم الاستثمار بالاردن هون تقريبا 250 مليون دولار بالكابكس، وبخلينا هذا بالتالي من اكبر الشركات اللي مستثمره في البلد. نصرف مبالغ ضخمه على الكابكس لحتى نضل دائما احنا الكلفه الصناعيه، الكوجز في عندنا المانيفاكتشرنج كوست هذا بير طن كثير مهم عندنا. على سبيل المثال جديد، حولنا من كنا بصناعه الورق بنحتاج كميات طاقه كبيره في البيبر ميلز، حولنا من انه كنا بيسكلي نستخدم هيفي فيول اويلز، حولنا لجاس توربينز. الانفستمنت اللي صار كان تقريبا 20 مليون دولار، 20 ميجا واتس كاباسيتي جنريشن. هلا احنا بالتو توربينز اللي عندنا احنا بنولد طاقه للموقع تبعنا، وبرضه احيانا بنبيع للجريد لشركه الكهرباء، وكمنتج ثانوي بيطلع برضه حراره من التوربينه هاي بنرجع نستخدمها بالبروسيس تبعنا بتنشيف الورق. اوفر اول هذا المشروع يعني ساعدنا انه نقلل الكلفه الصناعيه، صرفنا كثير 20 مليون بس باي باك يمكن كان 3 سنين، وبالتالي بنضل احنا at the edge of staying competitive. الشيء الثاني اللي عملناه هون بالاردن، انا يعني عم نحكي تقريبا قبل 5 سنين، احنا كنا بنشتغل من ثلاث مواقع، بذهيبه وبأريمبه وبسحاب. فاخذنا قرار كان يعني استراتيجي وجريء، حطينا كل شيء بمحل واحد، يعني
سنترلايزد.
كان عندنا بالضبط كونسوليديت، لانه كان في حركه سيارات ونقل، ويعني نون فاليو ادينج اكتيفيتيز كثيره كانت. بالاضافه نزلنا برضه الهيد كاونت، يعني كان في عندنا ناس مثلا عندك سيفتي تيم هون وهون وهون، وكواليتي تيم هون وهون وهون، واتش ار وسو ماني اذر فانكشنز. فونس يو كونسوليديت انت كثير بتخفف من المصاريف ويو جيت بيتر فوكس بالشغل. والشيء الثالث والاهم اللي بخلينا دائما احنا نتميز كشركه صناعيه مش بس بالاردن بس بالمنطقه، هي الاوبريشنال اكسلنس سيستمز. احنا وي ابلاي سيستم اسمها انتجريتد ورك سيستمز، بدخل فيها autonomous maintenance, progressive maintenance, quality, safety، وكلها هاي في معها procedures عاليه جدا. we make sure انه احنا بندرب الناس لحتى يشتغلوا على هاي السيستم صح. وانا بنفسي بتابع بكل المواقع تبعتنا انه هاي السيستم شغاله. لما ازور المواقع بحضر الاجتماعات كامله لحتى اتاكد انه بشكل يومي هاي السايكل عم تمشي كل يوم، لانه هي اللي بتخلينا ننزل الكلف وننزل التوالف اللي بتصير معنا. وبالتالي الحمد لله واصلين لمرحله انه قادرين ننافس وقادرين نكبر. وبالعكس بالاردن في تالنت كمهندسين بالذات عندنا بالبلد. انا مهندس بالتالي بعين اكيد مهندسين في بايس بس لا شك انه التالنت اللي موجود عندنا بالبلد، القدره البشريه اللي موجوده عندنا هون ممتازه بالجامعات اللي بتخرج، وبرضه بالشغل مع التدريب بنهيئ وبنحسن من الكفاءات.
فيري انترستينج. شكرا لك على الانساتس الرائع. حرجع لك بس بموضوع ثاني، اوكي ستيل عم فاين. وائل بدي اتوجه بالسؤال لك بعدين بدنا نفتح الستيج للجميع عشان يسال بليز بريبير المايكس لو سمحتوا جميعا. وائل, you had very interesting insights on autonomous procurement, but I am concerned about the skills needed going forward. يعني will this AI agentic AI will reshape the way we do things بس شو اخبار المهارات والcompetencies اللي احنا محتاجينها بالمستقبل؟ يعني is it enough what we are learning today? Classic procurement, thinking, contract management, negotiation and so on. What is needed to upskill هلا in the age of AI?
I think بالعربي ولا بالانجلش؟
اللي بدك اياه بالعربي. خربانه بالعربي.
هو
ممكن نسكر الابواب لو سمحتوا؟
هو سؤال ممتاز جدا. خلينا نتفق اوريدي ان السكيل سيتس والكومبتنسي بتاع procurement والسبلاي تشين still very foundational where SIPS will come to play. You need to master those. What you're going to do is just you build on top of it an AI capability. AI is not about technology. It's about how to influence people, how actually to have a deep understanding of the business, how obviously you should have a critical thinking, how we should invest command for data and insights. Those are really, in my view, the right skill set that you need to master to be able to really drive and lead with AI. AI is not going to be something on the top of your job. It's going to be the way that you're going to do your job.
Top 3 skills needed for the future profession.
In my view, 1, critical
سكر
thinking.
الباب لو سمحتوا. تفضل.
1, critical thinking.
Critical thinking.
2, data analytics.
Data analytics.
3, influential skills.
Influential
I mean, obviously,
skills.
you can put in a different order, but in my view, you got the influential skills. You're able really to lead all the discussion through data and insights, and then ultimately you have a critical thinking, which is thinking out of the box. Like if you got those 3, you'll be able really to drive any discussion,
including artificial intelligence.
Anything.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. Sam, I want to open the stage for questions from the audience to you, but we need the mics لو سمحتوا. وين المايكس؟ تفضلي.
Hello. First of all, I want to thank every one of you for this amazing, insightful discussion. My question is related to something about the waste management. Since we say that procurement is innovating, becoming more influential and more involved in the efficiency and outcome. And as Mr. Mann said, the reduction of cost of the production should be one of our target also. So my question was related, how can procurement supported by AI control or contribute to control the waste management that occurs in the production stages, and how far is CIPS promoting this kind of thinking or rule, cross-functional role for the procurement professionals?
لمين السؤال؟ اختاري. Who wants to
I
take
think
this?
for Mr. Sam.
Mr. Sam? Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. It's a great question, by the way, isn't it? I hope you can all hear me. I'm just trying to. Yeah, it's a great question. It relates to, I think, a topic that we call circularity. In other words, you can control waste if you don't produce waste in the first place. So actually, what procurement should be doing with the ESG or sustainability hat is thinking with the sustainability hat on how you procure things. So in other words, when you're procuring goods or materials, you need to be thinking of the disposal of them as well. So really, here we are in 2026. For example, you shouldn't really be procuring things that you know are going to end up in landfill, for example. Okay? You should really be focusing on procuring things that can be recycled. That's that's sustainable procurement. So my thinking, my line of thought is the best way to control waste is to prevent waste in the first place. That's sustainable procurement, But the final thing I say about sustainable procurement, I don't like to use the word sustainable procurement in 2026 because procurement should, by its nature, be sustainable. No one should really be procuring anything in a way that is knowingly unsustainable in this day and age. So that's how we can control waste.
Thank you very much. I want to معا back to you on the sustainability topic. أنا بعرف إنه نقل واحدة من الشركات الرائدة في العالم العربي وبالأردن في موضوع السستينابيلتي. وأنا عارف إنه في كتير من البروكيورمنت واللوجيستكس والجنرالي سبلاي تشين got a lot to do with sustainability. وأنا بعرف كمان إنه نقل is reporting on sustainability وسيجناتوري لليونايتد نيشن جلوبال كومباكت كمان. احكي لنا أكثر بما إنه الموضوع راح باتجاه السستينابيلتي وأنتم شركة صناعية في المقام الأول. How do you guys do this؟ شو الانيشيتيفز تبعت السستينابيلتي الموجودة اليوم في فاين هايجين؟
احنا عملنا زي فريم ورك اللي بنتبعه للسستينابيلتي، فبنطلع على 3 أشياء. الهيومن امباكت، انه احنا بكل شركاتنا اللي موجوده بالمنطقه كيف بنأثر على المجتمع المحلي اللي احنا فيه. الانفايرمنتال امباكت لشغلنا، ايش بأثر على البيئه، كل شغلنا هذا كيف بأثر على البيئه وكيف بنقدر احنا نقلل اثر شغلنا اللي احنا بنشتغله على البيئه. والشيء الثالث دائما بنطلع احنا شركه بدها تربح بالاخر، لانه احنا شركه ربحيه ولازم نضل نربح لحتى نقدر نستثمر ونعين ناس ونكبر وندخل على بلاد جديده وكل هذا الحكي. ف3 أشياء، الايكونوميك امباكت تبع شغلنا كثير مهم بالنسبه لنا. اي مشروع بنعمله لازم يكون فيزبل بالاخر، لازم يكون
environmental and social assessment impacts.
نطلع برضه على كل مشروع على الهيومن امباكت، احنا ايش بيأثر هذا المشروع على المجتمع المحلي تبعنا. وفي عندنا كثير انيشيتيفز عملناها للمجتمعات المحليه. يمكن سمعتوا على مشروع لواء الكوره اللي عملناه،
طبعا غني عن التعريف.
يعني كان مجموعه من السيدات دربناهم في لواء الكوره وكبر المشروع وصاروا هم يعني سستينبل لحالهم، بنتجوا شمع وشغلات يعني زي عسل ومربى
طبعا.
فكان يعني مشروع بصراحه هلا سلمنا لهم المشروع وهو خلص صار سستينبل لحاله. برضه في الفاين اكاديمي مشروع بنجيب طلاب بندربهم، بعده عندنا 6 أشهر يعني اون ذا جراوند تريننج زائد ثيوريتيكال تريننج، وبندفع لهم بهاي الفتره. مش بالضروره يتعينوا عندنا، بس هي خدمه مجتمعيه. الشيء الثالث اللي هو الانفايرمنتال امباكت، الامباكت تبعنا على البيئه. ففي عندنا تركيز كبير على زي ما حكت الأخت سألت هون على التوالف، كيف بدنا نقلل التوالف اللي تطلع من عندنا. الورق اللي بيطلع كتوالف من المصانع، في عندنا عملنا انفستمنت بحيث نرجع وريبولت، نرجع نستخدمه مرة تانية داخل فيعني فيش ويست بيطلع من عندنا. الشيء الثالث زي ما حكيت الثاني بالبيئة، مشروع الغاز اللي حكيت عنه التوربينة، احنا حولنا من هيفي فيول اويل ايميشنز عالية كتير، حولنا للغاز، فاكيد الانبعاثات كتير قلت. الشيء الثالث عندنا احنا بنستخدم تقريبا 1200، كنا نستخدم 1200 متر مكعب مي يوميا. صناعة ماسف ببلد احنا طبعا يمكن ثاني
شح مياه
في العالم. فعملنا ووتر تريتمنت بلانت، مي لتحلية المي، نعيد استخدامها من 1200 نرجع كل يوم نستخدم تقريبا 900 متر مكعب. وبالتالي كان احنا اول شركه خاصه بتعمل هذا المشروع، واليوم يعني شفنا المشروع صار موجود بشركه الفوسفات، بعرف انهم بس على حجم كثير اكبر منه
طبعا
بيستهلكوا مي. ففاين احنا دائما بنحب نبادر نكون الاوائل باي انيشيتيفز جديده. والشيء الرابع اللي عملناه كمان هلا برضه يعني صديق للبيئة بقدر أحكي، عملنا ترانسبورتيشن مانجمنت سيستم. فجبنا شركة هم برضه يعني فيها AI وكتبوا الكود إنه كيف سياراتنا اليوم لما تروح للتوزيع شو الطريق الأمثل لهاي السيارات، الترانسبورتيشن مانجمنت سيستم بيسكلي. وهذا كتير بقلل بالتالي من استهلاكنا للوقود والانبعاثات، بالإضافة بنزلنا الكلفة. فيعني انتوا شفتوا كل اللي بحكيه، احنا بنهتم بالبيئة، بنهتم بالمجتمعات المحلية، بس برضه عشان for the company to remain sustainable لازم يكون في جدوى اقتصادية لكل شيء بنعمله. لأنه
هذا السؤال اللي كنت أسألك إياه كمان. Does sustainability pay back financially؟
يعني it has to. Otherwise, يعني we are, as I said, we are a for-profit company. We invest in our people. In order to continue investing in our people, our assets, and to grow, we have to generate a profit.
Amazing.
So whatever you do, you've got to look at these three elements, يعني economic, environmental, and the human impact.
Is sustainability a hard sell للupper management?
If it makes economic sense, no, for sure. يعني for me, we might come up with a project that is very good for the environment, but if it doesn't make financial sense, we will not go.
Savings and so on.
Very we have a limited amount. Everything is, resources are scarce. Even the money that we have to invest. So we have to make sure that we invest wisely in the best way possible, without harming the environment, without having a positive impact on our societies, and at the same time generating economic value.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. I think إنه في أيدي كتير عم ترتفع بس I think إنه نقل is leading by example by all means. And this is very interesting from a Jordanian company. Okay, and يجب أن نتعلم زي ما بنتعلم من تجربة KHCC في managing risks بنتعلم كمان من تجربة fine hygiene بالsustainability والcost initiatives والgreat supply chain initiatives اللي عم بتصير عندهم. أنا خلصت كلامي بدي أفتح باب الأسئلة لكم أنتم. تفضلوا خلينا ناخذ مايكس بس لو سمحتوا.
يعطيكم العافية.
علي صوتك لو سمحت.
اسمي لؤي زنات من حكمة فارماسيوتيكلز بروكيومنت اوفيسر. أول شيء شكرا لمستر سامر ومحاكاة على الايفنت الحلو ومبروك لكل حدا أخذ شهادات وثانك يو للبانل يعني على كل التوبكس اللي أخذناها اليوم. بس صراحة الموست انتريكينج اللي هو كان الاي اي. سؤالي لمستر وائل، هلا لما احنا بدنا نفوت بروجكت اي اي في عندنا مالتيبل كونسيرنز. اول شيء از ات سكيور انف انه ما في داتا ليك، ما في implementation problems for example مع existing softwares زي SAP, iValue, CAVO هاي الاشياء. is it accessible؟ شكرا.
شو السؤال؟
انه الاي اي البروجكت for example if you want to adapt it can we integrate it with pre-existing systems زي SAP, CAVO, iValue?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
سكر الباب لو سمحتوا.
I think again it's a very good question. One of the critical foundation about the data and AI, it's about actually what we call responsible business. You need to have a clear governance around the data. This is number one. Number two, you have to have very well-defined technical infrastructure. Number two. Number three, you have to have proper cyber security. So the way that this work, obviously, that's a lot of company, even for the CPO or anyone, the first question that will come, I've got a platform in place. I have a platform, iValue, Coupa, SAP, whatever you can. Number one, how can I maximize my ROI from this platform without adding another layer of AI? This is the first question typically come. And if you got the answer, good and well, you go. If you don't have the answer, you start really thinking about, okay, I need to introduce, for example, IWS, Integrated Work Management System, which could be specific AI built. In order to do this, I need to define the data. I need to ensure that data source, from where the data will come and how it will interface. I need to work collaboratively with the IT team and data security team to make sure that there are proper, framework that actually control the data. I need to ensure that the data hosting in iCloud or whatever is already in place. So it's a framework that you have to have in place, and procurement cannot drive it alone, but it's a collaboration effort between procurement, IT, cybersecurity, even governance. Because the key thing is not about implementing AI, it is make it sustainable and scalable. So giving an example, it could be actually really work very well in Jordan, but with the same use case, it could be actually implemented across other market unit work actually where they operate. So that's all the thing.
Thank you very much. Next question. مايكس لو سمحتوا. مايكس مع مين لو سمحتوا؟ تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله يمسيكم بالخير ويعطيكم العافية جميعا. بداية بوجه تحية كبيرة لسامر ولمحاكاة and for the distinguished panel for the great session and the great event. أنا اسمي هاني فضل البنا، مدرب ومحاضر في مجال سلاسل الإمداد واللوجستيات. طبعا كان في عندي سؤالين ببعدين مختلفين. أول بعد اللي هو البعد البيئي أو السستينابيليتي والجرين سبلاي تشين أو الجرين لوجيستكس. طبعا سامر والأستاذ معا يعني غطيتوه بكل احترافية، الله يعطيكم العافية. البعد الثاني صراحة هو بعد يمكن أكثر كلتشرال أو كوربوريت كلتشر فيما يتعلق بقسم المشتريات أو السبلاي تشين عموما. وهون سؤالي تحديدا للأستاذ معا، حابب أنا صراحة أستفيد من تجربتك في بعد معين بهمني كمدرب. واحدة من الأشياء اللي أنا بدربها وبنادي فيها دائما بمجال إدارة سلاسل الإمداد هو المايند شيفتنج اللي إحنا عم نحاول نعمله في قسم البروكيورمنت أو السبلاي تشين ككل، من كوننا كوست سنتر. معظم الشركات أو معظم الإدارات بيطلعوا علينا از كوست سنتر. بنحاول دائما إنه نعمل مايند شيفتنج عند الإدارات وعند الليدرشيب تيم إنه إحنا وي ار ا بروفيت سنتر، وبامتياز ومع مرتبة الشرف كمان، لأسباب كتير. أنا حابب أستفيد من تجربتك طبعا أستاذ معا على أرض الواقع. شو في إجراءات أو بيست براكتسز أو أمور في سياق التشينج مانجمنت طبقتوها أو حضرتك طبعا على وجه التحديد طبقتها وقدرت انك توصل لهذا المايند شيفتنج لتحويل البروكيورمنت ديبارتمنت او السبلاي تشين ديبارتمنت from a cost center to a profit center. ويعطيكم العافيه جميعا. Sam, for the 10th time, sorry if we are talking in Arabic again. Thank you.
اوكي خليني ابلش بس اعطيك فكره احنا كيف السبلاي تشين عندنا ديفاين. احنا تقريبا من 10 سنين تقريبا البروكيورمنت فصلناه، عملناه سيبريت فانكشن عن السبلاي تشين. انا اليوم كسبلاي تشين عندي المصانع، كل المصانع اللي بالمجموعه تحت السبلاي تشين، بالاضافه يعني طبعا الكواليتي، السيفتي، الوير هاوسنج، ديستريبيوشن، لوجيستكس، هذا كله من ضمن السبلاي تشين. بس بروكيورمنت هي في احد زملائي من البروكيورمنت هون، اتس ا سيبريت فانكشن. ولكن كشركه صناعيه انت كثير مهم الجودز اند سيرفيسز اللي عم بتجيب لك اياها البروكيورمنت، فلازم يكون في تواصل كثير كبير. يعني انا بتواصل بشكل كبير مع التشيف اوف بروكيورمنت وبرضه التيم البروكيورمنت كامل، لانه انت المدخل الانتاج تبعك هي المواد الخام اللي بتيجي. المواد الخام اذا ما بتيجي بالشكل الصحيح انت بتوصل زي ما سالت الاخت هون على التوالف. إذا أنت المواد ما عم بتكون السبلايرز تبعونك ما عم بيكونوا على مستوى الجودة اللي أنت بدك إياها، الفاريبيليتي اللي محددة بشيء معين، هتواجه مشاكل 100% على خطوط الإنتاج بالسرعة، بالكفاءة، بأداء الخط كله. وهذا كله بالنهاية أنت لما ما يكون عندك كونسيستنسي بالرو ماتيريالز تبعتك من السبلايرز، معناته السبلاير هذا مش صح. وهون بيجي دور البروكيورمنت، بس لازم يكون في هذا التواصل ويعرفوا احنا ايش الاشياء الماتريكس والكي بي ايز اللي نطلع عليها، وكيف المواد الخام مثلا بتاثر على هاي الكي بي ايز. ف عشان هيك بصفي عندك كثير مهم موضوع السبلاير ايفالويشن بشكل دوري، ويكون في دائما تواصل مع المصانع. فاحنا الشيء اللي اذا بدنا نحكي هلا كلتشر، احنا بنطلع على اشياء كثيره يعني ككي بي ايز للخطوط الانتاج. اي تغيير بصير دغري ببين معنا انه صار في شيء غلط، ف we can track down. ومثلا برضه لما نحكي على السبلايرز before we qualify any supplier، يعني بدخل ببروسس ترايلز، بنبلش بكميات بسيطه شوي
بري كواليفيكيشن،
يعني بروسس طويل اللي بده يفوت عندنا كسبلاير. it takes a very long time. It's not only about the cost of the raw materials. sometimes انت بتشتري من مورد بعطيك كلفه اقل، ولكن التكاليف اللي بتجيك من التوالف وتقليل السرعه على خطوط الانتاج، الكلفه بتصفي كثير اعلى عليك من سبلاير ثاني يمكن اغلى كرو ماتيريال. بس you should always look at the full cost end to end لما تشتغل مع سبلاير معين.
total cost of ownership 100%. Thank you very much. Next, سيف ممكن المايك لو سمحتوا. تفضل. عفوا.
Okay. My question is to Mr. Wael. When you introduced the autonomous procurement system, you gave us the example of self-driving cars. Now, as long as these cars are going to drive on roads, they are subject to road accidents at any time. And I think it's still debatable the issue of accountability or responsibility in case of accidents. You're applying the same analogy on your example of autonomous procurement, and since AI is going to be responsible for and will be making decisions on behalf of the human, how can we handle the accountability issue with wrong decisions made by AI in autonomous procurement systems? Thank you.
I think really it's a very, very good question, if not really a great question. One of the key discussions that typically happen now across the organization for those are willing to embrace the AI journey, start from the top tier point about, again, creating a responsible business. There is, I've seen this person in a number of organizations, they create a governance framework. And the governance framework really defines the overall accountability of and the ownership of the AI. And there are different types of accountability. وأنا أحاول أوضحها لحضرتك. The accountability that relate to the business outcome, where actually the business leader, could be supply chain officer, could be ship procurement officer, will be actually accountable because AI is driven by sets of business rules. And actually the most expert person in the room is typically the head of the capability or head of the function, chief supply chain officer, etc. So he becomes accountable really to the outcome of the AI. That's the first point. There's another layer of accountability which has come about the data security, which sits within the chief information officer. His responsibility is to ensure that the proper cybersecurity, obviously integration end-to-end, is actually is really in place. The third of accountability, I'd be very surprised, it sits with your key strategic supplier. Because AI really it's about really having machine talking to machine. As you can see really the demo about, for example, invoice verification, etc. And your key strategic supplier, that's part of the change management and how we onboard them through the AI journey. You need to ensure that they are fully accountable really to mirror the same sets of rule and framework in the way that, number one, secure your data, number two, actually manage your data, and number three, actually use your data. I'll bring this to a specific example. Any of you that work for B2B or B2C, you're using a payment platform, and unless the payment platform really applies certain security measure, compliance measure, etc., you're putting the entire organization at risk. So I hope this answers the question. So the accountability is spread across key process owner in the framework, business owner, supplier, and obviously, IT.
Sam, do you want to shed light on that as well?
I think that you can never absolve the responsibility of the ultimate human decision maker. I think no matter where you are in an organization, and I think even AI implementations have been set up that way, where we say AI is going to take the role of human beings, yes, up to a certain level, but the ultimate strategic decision maker from an accountability perspective is and always should be that human who is, I guess, contextualizing whatever the decision is. So you can't outsource accountability to IT. It just doesn't happen. Maybe you can in autonomous vehicles, but I think within an organization, someone has the accountability. And they should for very good reasons.
Thank you very much. Next question. Mics. ممكن تعطيه مستر سيف هون ايوه.
بس بدي ارجع على نقطة زميلي هون وهون مستر معين سوري. في لاحظت شيء انه بيحكي انه البروكيورمنت فصلتوها انتم عن السبلاي تشين. ما بدي احكي عن الاندايركت بروكيورمنت او سيرفيس بروكيورمنت او سيرفيس سبلاي تشينز، نحكي عن بس بيورلي اندستريال او الاندستري تبعت المانيفاكتشرينج. Don't you see انه البروكيورمنت within the supply chain context, especially that يعني SIPs are more engaging in supply chains now وكمان عم بيدخلوا شوي بالسبلاي تشين. كل شيء عم بحكي حتى يعني other chartered bodies عم بدخلوا البروكيورمنت within كمان السبلاي تشين عشان يكون لهم نفس الكي بي ايز ونفس الهدف اخر شيء. ما بتحس انه عشانه كان هذا الدسكشن كثير بشركتي كثير كان واضح انه ما بتحس انه البروكيورمنت within supply chain context او within this whole big supply chain department بيعطي outcome مع البلاننج مع بدل ما يصيروا silos عشان الا ما يصير somehow some challenges. ما بتحس انه within supply chain بيعطي شيء احسن at least بس للاندستري تبعتنا.
Very good question.
We had this interesting discussion أنا وياك قبل.
I fully agree with what you're saying. I'm from the school of thought and procurement should be part of the full supply chain. However, we had, this decision was taken about 8 or 9 years ago by the previous CEO, and he decided to separate procurement and he said, I want more accountability, more exposure. I want them reporting directly to the CEO and not to the chief of supply chain. So when I came in as chief of supply chain only 2 years ago, this was the setup. And what I try to do, or what I do daily, is that I work closely with
exactly
the CPO, and this is the setup, and I have to make the best out of it for the company. So I work very closely with procurement because at the end of the day, we have more or less the same KPIs, and you have a very big input into the results that we achieve. So I definitely need them on my side. So it's just, and it's not the ideal setup, maybe, but this is the setup we have. This is the structure that we have. So I engage very closely with procurement so that we get, this harmony between supply chain and procurement and make sure. But you're right. I believe it's better. But for some reason, in our organization, this is how it is. Yeah, from the way we have it, at least, is on supply chain side, it's only the things that relate to supply chain. So whether it's raw materials or capex for supply chain and so on. The way we set things up in procurement, we have category management. So for the different types of raw materials, for tissue, for the absorbents, and then people specialize in so for the glues, for example, because it's also a science and an industry in its own right. The glue that we buy, the pulp that we buy in hundreds of millions of dollars every year. We have a team dedicated for pulp buying. But again, I think it depends on the industry, it depends on the size of the company. And then I'm the kind of person who will be flexible depending on, as I said, the size of the company, the industry, how you set things up. But for us, this is how we do.
Thank you very much. Hamza?
All right, thank you. Just a follow-up comment لSafe's question or thought. الفكرة إنه when we bring procurement out of the supply chain and make it independent, this is the dilemma that we see it as a cost entity or a profit entity, profit-generating entity, and it's not ending. I don't see it to be ended anytime soon, صراحة. It will be the same thing, as you said, Ustad Mayan. It might be like, okay, procurement today is under supply chain because of this 1, 2, 3 reasons, or we will bring it out because of 1, 2, 3 reasons. High dilemma, it will be continued until something happens, perhaps with the AI. Okay, yeah. All right, I have a question for you, Mr. Main, and a comment to the CIPS committee. The question for you, Mr. Main, is when you decided to go from centralized operation center out of decentralizing thing, a lot of risks come within. So how did you mitigate all these risks? The risks when you centralize the operation centers, أكيد في risks. Yeah, بس في عندك maybe food for thoughts للSIPS committee. Now we're talking about AI. AI is inevitable. It's coming soon. I have been there with Amazon for like, in the last 5 years, I have my first RPAI project within the procurement. We did really good results, but we stopped hiring. So no people, and that was, I mean, it was a threat to the people. What I did is I just moved the team, the personnel, to become project managers in the procurement and supply chain. But AI is now working very well, and we were working in an autonomous project, is somehow confidential at that time. The question is, now we will need to be closer to the business as a procurement professionals, right? Out of these skills, what does CIPS do to help us close these gaps in the business? Just like the PMI is now revamping their exams of the PMP and bringing in the AI within their exams. Anytime, I think in July, perhaps this in. And sorry for my voice, I don't feel very well today.
Sami,
Thank
would you
you.
take that for the CIPS community?
It's a good question, and I think the answer is that the CIPS curriculum is based on what we call the global standard, the CIPS global standard. The CIPS global standard is reviewed every 9 months. So every 9 months, there is a review of the CIPS global standard to see what changes need to be made. And over the years, over the last 5 years, subtle changes have been made to implement references to cloud computing, for example, and I'm sure the AI component will follow. So yes, it's a moving feast. It will continue to reflect modernity, but remember that in between the formal qualifications, there's lots of thought leadership, skills training that's delivered by CIPS anyway. So AI in procurement is already a skills training course that's available on an ad hoc basis. So yes, procurement changes, and the professional qualifications and advice change within our curriculum and outside it frequently as well.
Thank you. Man, on centralization risks.
احكي بالعربي؟
Yes.
هلا شوف لما يعني احنا ايش كان الاوبشنز؟ كان يا اما بنمشي بالاشياء اللي انا حكيتها، الكابكس اللي انحط، الكونسوليديشن اوف بلانتس والانفستمنت ان بيبل واوبريشنال اكسلنس سيستمز وكل هالحكي. السيناريو الثاني كان شت داون اوبريشنز بالاردن. انت عم تحكي على انفستمنت محطوط اوريدي انفراستراكشر وهاي $250 مليون واسم فاين بهز طبعا بالبلد وليجسي بلشت هون. فالاوبشن الثاني هو اللي اعطانا انه فيش حل ثاني. اذا احنا بدنا نخلي فاين بالاردن، هلا حنضل كنا بالسعوديه وكذا هيك، بس اذا بدنا نضلنا هون وكومبيتيتيف ما في حل غير هيك. فموضوع الكونسوليديشن انا بتذكر when I presented البلان هاي للسي او، انا من جوا عم بحكي يعني في خوف، لانه مشروع على سنتين انعمل تقريبا، بس بالاخر مشينا فيه وصرفنا الكابكس وعملنا الكونسوليديشن، بس كان في خطه واضحه، كان في مالتي فانكشنال تيمز شغاله عليه، كان في ستيرنج كوميتي، في I was head of this committee، فكان في يعني توب مانجمنت داخلين بكل التفاصيل، ويكلي بيسس الاجتماع، فولو اب اون ذا جراوند. الكونسوليديشن برضه من ضمن القرارات تبعته كان يعني من احد اسبابها زي ما حكيت انه تشيل ترهل. we reduced headcount. بس انا شو بحكي للناس؟ بقول لهم احنا حافظنا على 800 وظيفه بالاردن كلهم اردنيين، فاحيانا انت بتضطر تاخذ قرارات مثل هاي consolidation. it's for the good يعني يعني للمجموعه الاكبر. قرار صعب ولكن it's يعني for the better for the whole group. انت حافظت على فاين بالاردن 800 وظيفه. يعني ما كانش سهل اكيد. consolidation بدك تكون دارسها صح، لانه في several processes بدك تحافظ عليها. في certain things that we basically eliminated. بس
very interesting. ممكن ناخذ اخر سؤال عند حضرتك. تفضلي، المايك معك، بعدين سيزر، بعدين حضرتك. الوقت يداهمنا. Yes.
Okay. My question is for the four of you. If you're ever in a place where you have to choose to invest in one project, either AI or sustainability, what would that project be? And please don't give me the answer that combines them both. Let's choose one. Either
Sustainable
or.
AI.
No, it's not the answer I'm waiting for.
I'm the host.
AI. My answer is AI.
I'm يعني أنا إذا بدك رأيي الشخصي I would go I don't know actually this is a good يعني I haven't thought of it before but I'm a brick and mortar kind of
Okay.
I like
Class.
investing in machines and technology equipment I'm a mechanical engineer part of this industry for so long I like to invest in the latest technologies in the tissue industry and there's a lot of things that are happening and AI is part of it.
So definitely not. It is AI, and I'll tell you the reason for this. AI is cutting across the value chain in the organizations. And even sustainability by design. So give an example. I mean, mashallah, he gave an excellent business case. If you guys really notice what he mentioned about the overall, reuse of renewable energy, obviously just to move to gas turbines. The way actually they optimize the energy consumption and reduce scope 3. The way actually that they monetize, when you say monetize, that you use your asset to sell to get revenue, to the neighbor around them. AI will come here to magnify this impact, to help you actually to drive a better operation efficiency. So give me an example, I'll give you a specific example. Facility management. With AI, you can drive a more autonomous, preventive facility management, which number one, allow you to predict potential failure. And you have to think about, when you think about potential failure, it's a potential business impact as a revenue. This is how you have to calculate it. The downtime, it's about the loss of revenue. Number two, mobilization of resources. Number three, the lifetime of the equipment. If you think about AI as a key enabler across all critical value chain in the organization, including sustainability, he said, I have to go with the AI as a foundation. That's my personal perspective.
Thank you. Caesar?
أنا سؤالي لمستر معن يمكن ما بنشوف كثير بالشركات إنه السبلاي تشين is being managed على level of the C-suite. بكثير شركات بتكون under operation which includes engineering مرات quality كذا. فحضرتك being a chief supply chain officer إيش بتشوف ال added benefit أو ال added value للشركة having صوت السبلاي تشين مسموع عند the CEO and the higher management.
هلا شوف احنا supply chain define برضه بدخل فيه المانيفاكتشرنج ف يعني زي ما حكيت it's the regular supply chain logistics warehousing distribution بس برضه في the manufacturing which is a very big part of our business so basically I يعني معاي all of the cost of goods sold plus your expenses that come from it's definitely a must that a person at this level should be on the leadership team because for us as an FMCG company, the marketing, the commercial teams, the sales teams, they basically, we are the source of supply. We also have under supply chain, we also have product development and technology development. So any changes that the company wants to do on the product, then it comes back to supply chain. So any improvements on the product has to come back to supply chain. The relationship, the SOP, SNOP relationship is so critical to the success of any FMCG company. Your sales and your operations, how well this process is managed is extremely important. And then basically, most of the cost in a company, FMCG company, is basically in the manufacturing and the supply chain. It's a must, I believe. You control the cost, how well you can serve your customers, how fast, all the KPIs, the DOTIF. So basically, the success of the company relies heavily on your operations and supply chain. So it definitely has to be on on the top level, and we play a big part in the strategy of the company.
Thank you very much. تفضل أستاذ. بعدين مدام دعاس أنس دعاس وننهي النقاش إن شاء الله. وحاضر بس عشان الوقت. أوكي تفضل. لا لازم تشغل المايك.
مساء الخير جميعا. رائد ربابعة من جرانكو، احنا بالافيشن. صراحة عندي سؤالين ومداخلة بسيطة. السؤالين، السؤال الأول سيد معن، كونه بنحكي عن شركة نقل أو شركة فاين، شركة ربحية وبحاجة من خلال البريكيورمنت سورسينج سواء رو ماتيريال أو سبير بارتس. سؤالي أو طلب تعطينا تجربة عملية سيفنج كوست للسورسينج. اوكي. السؤال الثاني راح يكون للسيد وائل. موضوع الاي اي، في توجه كبير نروح باتجاه الاي اي، بس بالبريكيورمنت بيفترض الاي اي بالسورسينج الكونديشن نيو كونديشن. كمثال بالافيشن، الافيشن بحاجه ديسيجن سبير بارتس ممكن تكون سكند هاند افرهولد ريبيرد، وهي بحاجه لقرار. بيدخل عندك ساعات الطيران، بيدخل عندك عمر الطياره، متى صنعت، ديت مانيفاكتشر، فهي بحاجه لقرار من الشخص مش من الاي اي. بيفترض اذا كان نيو كونديشن افيلبل عند السبلايرز تاعينك ممكن تاخذ فيها قرار الاي اي يحل محل البيار. بس مداخل الاخ سيف دخل فيها قبل فتره قبل شوي سال سؤال. بالريجن عندنا هون منطقتنا مش متطورين زي الغرب، لا لسه حتى بالغرب سواء امريكا سواء اوروبا بالميدل ايست بالفار ايست لسه ما وصلوا مرحله الاي اي يعمل سبلاي للبارتس كامله ويخلوها انتجريشن مع الاي اي. يعني بحتاج ماده سواء كانت كومبوننت، نحكي كومبوننت عن قطعه طائره مستعمله او جديده، لحد هسه كثير سبلايرز بحاجه تبعث لهم ايميل ار اف كيو كونتيجنز، تطلب منهم انطيني مثلا ليست بالبارتس تاعيتك او نعمل انتجريشن مع اونلاين، نتشيك للبارتس اونلاين، بيرفضوا. لحد هاي اللحظه موجوده في امريكا في اوروبا موجوده، خاصه باليوكي موجوده، بعض السبلايرز بيعطوا. فالسؤال يعني اعتقادكم انه الاي اي راح يكون ريبليسمنت للبير؟ انا بقول لا بالنسبه لي ما بعرف. انه لا داخل بسيطه هي موضوع البروكيورمنت. هي معاناه لما تطلب موظفين، للاسف مخرجات جامعات ما في جامعه بتعطي انه مخرجات جامعه طالب جامعه مؤهل يكون بروكيورمنت، بعد جامعه او جامعتين بيعطوا السبلاي تشين كامله. فبتضطر طبعا هذه صالحكم سامر اكيد تستفيدوا منها انتم اكثر. بتضطر تجيب فريش جراجويت سواء كان انجينير او مش انجينير، تدخله العالم ما بيعرف عنه شيء، مش واصلته اي فكره، ما بيعرف شو الداتا بيس تاعيته، ما بيعرف اي شيء نهائيا، تعلمه من اي تو زد. برضه بدي نسيت شغله عن موضوع الاي اي ممكن يكون مفيد اكثر موضوع البلاننج، يعمل سورسنج للداتا، البلاننج انفنتوري ممكن يكون مفيد اكثر، بس كبروكيورمنت ما اعتقد فيها. فالسؤال سيد معنا اول شيء على تجربته.
تفضل.
والاي اي
بصراحه في امثله كثير انه اشتغلنا مع البروكيورمنت وقدرنا ننزل كوست على مواد خام وبرضه على قطع غيار. في كثير مشاريع انشغلت مع بعض، بس زي ما حكيت احنا في عندنا بروسس، يعني قبل ما نيجي نشتغل مع سبلاير جديد بده يفوت بترايلز بوقت معين، بنشوف شو كان تاثيره على خطوط الانتاج من ناحيه انتاجيه سرعه كل هذا الحكي. ففي كثير بصراحه امثله هيك، بس يعني بتطول معنا لغايه ما احنا نعمل كواليفيكيشن لهالسبلاير. شيء ثاني كمان يعني مهم برضه بموضوع البروكيورمنت هو الانفنتوري اللي انت بتحملها. الانفنتوري هي كوست، هي بارت اوف يور كاش فلو كونفرجن سايكل، كثير مهم للشركه. فاحيانا برضه البروكيورمنت ممكن احنا نلاقي سبلايرز ثانيين بكون مستعد السبلاير انه يخلي الانفنتوري عنده يبعث لي بالوقت اللي انا بدي اياه، وبخفف انفنتوري وبالتالي بخفف كاش، بخفف انترست. طبعا يعني انا اليوم اذا سبلاير بقول لي انا بعطيك مثلا والله ديلي سبلايز، بدل ما تحط عندك 2 ويكس اوف انفنتوري انا عم بوفر كاش والكاش از بيسكلي في تمويل من البنوك انت بتوفر فائده بالاخر. الشيء الثالث برضه اللي اشتغلنا مع البروكيورمنت انه developing local suppliers. يعني اليوم احنا معظم مثلا ماكيناتنا من برا البلد اكيد، يعني للاسف يعني كل الماكينات من اوروبا وامريكا وهيك، بس السبير بارتس بالعاده we deal with the OEMs original equipment manufacturers. بس هلا صرنا نقدر to develop local suppliers بحيث اني اشتري من هون. هذا بوفر علي بالكلفه وبوفر علي بالوقت و 100%، وبالتالي availability of your lines
Thank you. تفضل.
Thank you. I think there's two questions. One probably will some come to you about embedding the procurement supply chain qualification in the universities. So probably you're going to take this. ردا على حضرتك على السؤال بتاع ال AI. زي ما اتكلمنا قبل كده the success ratio of the AI is his attribute to the quality of the data. وهذه حاجة example بالذات بخصوص ال spare parts obviously ونسكا. A lot of challenges obviously that if you have a proper category taxonomy, if you have a proper codification of all spare parts against the OEM, original equipment manufacturers, and those data has been well defined in your AI model, AI will be able to communicate with the proper supplier, stockist, OEM, to identify the right spare parts, even as well to match even as well non-original spare parts against this, including the bill of materials. That practically, and a lot of manufacturing organizations are doing this. I've seen this particularly in North America. How AI has been progressing في الاريا بتاعت السورسنج زي ما حضرتك تفضلت قلت بالذات in the area what we call tail spend, where you have high volume, low value, very fragmented spend, many end user. The AI will help in building certain catalogs. Whenever the end user يبقى عنده طلب، أول حاجة بياخد الطلب ده بيعمله validation. Try to ensure that this request maybe is being covered by one of the catalog, for example, catalog for stationery, catalog for a supply of operation item, catalog, etc. ولو الكاتالوج ده مش موجود ال AI to communicate or to search the market against predefined supplier and suggest who are the supplier in the market that they can actually provide this material. على سبيل المثال Walmart is one of the largest, by the way, grocery store across North America, particularly in the US. Their entire global tail spend, it is fully autonomous. They don't have a category management for tail spend. Fully across North America. ما فيش حد بيلمس ال tail spend, which is around literally 20% of their spend globally. محدش بيلمسه. كله fully automated or full autonomous by AI. But again, the catch is you improve the quality of the data, you set up the business rule, you ensure that you have the right interface with the key operations, with the key suppliers, and you have a proper governance. 4 dimensions in the framework, and then you start piloting this. وده اللي بيعملوه فعلا. They are not cutting across. They start piloting this. When they see the success, they scale it to other areas of business. And this is how the AI is evolving. You experiment, you realize value, you scale up.
Thank you. Some on universities, education, and how SIPS integrates.
First of all, the principle is that, and I agree with the principle that the earlier in the education cycle that somebody learns procurement, the better, right? Because if you learn procurement very early in your career as an educational discipline, that means you will go into the procurement world. If you do it later, it means you've actually done something else and you didn't like it, or you weren't good at it, and you switch to procurement. So the principle of doing procurement as early on in your education career makes sense. CIPS is working extensively around the world to integrate procurement in education systems as early as possible. We're currently speaking to the education department in the UK to try and get it at the final 2 years of high school, where it probably should be introduced, because finance is introduced, marketing is introduced at those levels. But in terms of what we've done so far, there are many universities around the world at just senior bachelor's or master's degree level that have procurement and supply chain degrees, but there are 150 universities around the world that have procurement and supply chain degrees that are accredited by CIPS. And 4 of them are in this region. 2 are in the UAE, there's 1 in Saudi, and there's 1 somewhere else, Bahrain, I think.
Oman as well.
In Oman, sorry, yes, you're right. That's where the other one is. So we do work extensively with the universities where we review their procurement and supply chain degrees. We ensure that the learning outcomes match CIPS, MCIPS, for example. And if they do, then we will accredit the students who get those master's degrees directly with MCIPS. Okay. And there's 150 universities in the world who have already gone through this process. So we actively support this, this process to make sure that people are not doubling their education. So if you do a master's degree through one of these universities, you don't have to come and spend money and do CIPS as well. We directly accredit you and say you are MCIPS because we know what you've learned. So that's what we've done so far, and we continue to try and improve that around the world.
Thank you. Last question for today.
Yeah? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for all the topics that you discussed today, very informative. I know we focused on sustainability, CSR, ESG, and now we're talking about AI. I do understand that AI is the future. However, what I'm worried about is the environmental impact that AI generates. The processing of data and the storage of data, studies showed that AI do generate, results in huge energy, electronic, and water waste. So my question is the benefits of AI outweigh the impact on the environment? Did any of these companies that are implementing AI procurement, did they take a step back and study the impact of implementing AI versus what they've achieved as benefits of implementing AI? Thank you so much.
Well,
it's a very good question, and thank you for bringing this, because it actually also touches on sustainability and a number of dimensions. So let's be clear that there is no single organization, to the best of my knowledge, at the moment globally, that actually have implemented AI end-to-end, obviously, because everyone is just in a different maturity journey. They try to experiment, as I mentioned earlier, to get this. Yes, there is a critical thinking about really how to, you need an energy for AI. This is clearly the things. It just how to really to use a certain different way of generating energy, could be renewable energy, etc., actually to optimize the impact in terms of actually the scope 3 emission, or scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. The way even designing the data centers, actually there's a lot of a discussion now. I'll give a specific example to the region. Between Saudi Arabia and the UAE, they are massively investing in really building this. So there is a lot of investment in technology, number one, to re-optimize the energy generation. Number two, to reconfigure the design of the data center, even the ships, that actually really allow you really to build more capacity at a lower impact in the environment. Of course, it's a lot of a journey, but again, you have to think about it in a business context, has to be commercially viable. At the end of the day, with all respect to sustainability, which we know that is going, unless it is really commercially viable to organization to invest, they wouldn't embrace the journey. This is really the short answer in a very frank way. And it has to be always what we call self-finance. You actually invest, you get your money back, you really put it on the second cycle. If the organization wouldn't realize this money, they wouldn't continue the journey. I hope this, in a black and white, answered the question.
Guys, thank you very much for your time. Give it up to our panelists. Thank you very much.